And a good Wendy's Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, it's the only reason why I came in this morning. Hello.
I love that. I almost thought you said a Wednesday morning, and I was like, wait a minute.
Nope.
I'm on a plane on Thursday.
I'm on a plane on
packed,
Sunday.
and
I'm not
packed.
taking this away. You got the 777 shirt on as you fly out to Vegas tonight.
I'm ready.
That's awesome, man.
Hopefully the Flyers have some prizes out there for us all.
That would be nice. That would be nice, and we can't wait to check in with you tomorrow. I will keep on reminding you to set that alarm on your vacation, John. Talk to you tomorrow, 6:30 Vegas time.
Tomorrow I'm going to work. Tomorrow I'm going to try to work and try to get some stuff for the station and try to get some good coverage of the draft.
And we know that you will, and you're going to do a great job.
If you don't think I'm going to hit a blackjack table tomorrow morning after I talk to you,
tomorrow morning.
You're nuts.
What about tonight?
Well, tonight, dinner with my little cousin who is out there, so we'll have dinner with her.
You're not going to hit one table?
You know I will.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're full of it.
You know I will.
Well, that's tonight and tomorrow. This morning, we are reacting to what happened last night, the NBA draft first round, because they wanted to split it up into 2 rounds for TV coverage. And
I was explaining yesterday
really know why.
for LeBron. The whole LeBron-Bronny story.
Makes sense.
Is that most people
they're going to get money out of it.
That most people thought Bronny would be a day 2 pick.
Right.
A second-round pick. So they decided to try it this year.
And a lot of people expected for second-round picks, unlike Kyle Filipowski, who went to the NBA draft last night, was not selected in the first round. But you know what? We got the better Duke player yesterday. The Sixers did acquire a player. They drafted Jared McCain out of Duke, 16th overall pick. He's coming out after his freshman year. All right, so he's a one-and-done college basketball player. Started 36 games for Duke last year, averaged 14 points a game, 5 boards, 2 assists. One of the biggest numbers that you even said before the show, which is something that you should always pay attention to, is 3-point shooting percentage. 41% from 3 in college. And before you say, well, that's college, let's see how it translates. I've seen guys like Tyrese Maxey shoot 26% from 3 in college
and then
get better. Right. So
yes.
I can only expect that he stays around there, if not gets better. He attempted almost 6 threes a game last year as a freshman, so that's a pretty big deal. And clearly, that's something that the Sixers realize that they finally need to get. We're finally catching up to the rest of the NBA. Daryl Morey talked about that yesterday, and we'll hear from Daryl Morey as he had a press conference last night, so we'll play some clips during this opening segment. But, John, first, your initial reaction to them actually acquiring a player when Adam Silver walked up to the podium and said, we have a trade to announce.
I thought immediately that here's the trade.
Right. Like, I was in bed watching, and all of a sudden I poked up. I was like, all right, what do we got?
We got a trade.
What do we got? And then all of a sudden it was just like, I forget who it even was. It had nothing to do with the Sixers.
It was a Portland,
yes.
I believe, deal.
Yeah, it was the Portland trade. But yeah, the Sixers end up drafting a player, and as of today, it looks like he'll be wearing a Sixers uniform.
From the way they spoke of him, it seems as if he's staying.
Yes.
From the looks of him, he is somebody that also would be a very attractive piece if there was a trade package that had to be made. So I like that. I'm shocked. The last thing I expected was that we'd be coming in this morning and talking about a one-and-done college player being part of the Sixers.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't, risk any limbs like I have in the past or money or anything. I didn't think that they would draft a player for them to stay.
No, I thought it would be – I thought we were going to hear – and then that's the only reason, too. I wanted to go to sleep. And I was going, okay, well, I'm going to hear about a deal now.
Right.
I'm going to hear that, well, don't get comfortable, Sixers fans, with Jared McCain because he's going to be going in a deal for X. And that, I don't want to say it disappointed me, but it did surprise me. It did surprise me. I wasn't expecting
shocked. Dude, I'm totally shocked because we've talked about win now.
Yes.
We've talked about needing to keep up with Boston and needing to keep up with these other teams. And Daryl Morey did talk about how McCain can make an impact this year. But this leads to something I am troubled by.
Okay.
I'll give you that in a second. But here is Daryl Morey last night, his initial thoughts on Jared McCain when he stepped up to the podium.
No, Jared's, he's just been a winner everywhere. He's going to be someone Philly loves. Pretty rare to get a combination of both a guy who's got some skills that will get him on the floor earlier, including shooting, but also with a lot of upside and on a very steep improvement curve, even at his time at Duke defensively, which I think was one of the questions coming out of high school where he was top player in California, winner at every level. As everyone says, we were pretty surprised he was there. And we're looking at a lot of scenarios with trade out, trade back, and they all sort of went away when Jared made it. There was a couple key picks in there in the early teens that we needed to go our way or not pick Jared for us to be thrilled with the draft.
So clearly he thinks highly of Jared McCain. He was open and honest saying, look, there were opportunities for us to trade up, trade back. I know he said at one point during his press conference that an interesting player was offered to them and they decided to turn it down. That they still think they can get just without Jared McCain, it seems like.
But the one thing that was interesting was they say he was a top 10 player on their board.
Yes.
Okay, so I like that. I would have to imagine then that there were other players of the same skill set. That's what they were looking at in the draft, that they thought, here's a guy that fits. You brought up earlier, you brought up the win now. It doesn't feel win now.
No.
It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like our window nation, window of opportunity.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like this is a move that really pushes that window up. And that is what I want to see ups. I want to hear when Daryl Morey talks about upside, when Daryl Morey talks about development and that he's on a steep improvement curve and everything. Does that mean 2 years?
Right. No, all those things sound great.
It sounds great.
If you're in a different position.
I don't want to rip the kid. I don't want to I'm not ripping this pick because he's a talented kid, and I think I'd like it if I didn't feel like there was a ticking time bomb in the career of Joel Embiid.
And that's the scary thing. That's why I didn't expect him to actually draft a player and hold on to them. I thought that they were going to trade somebody for a veteran piece to go along. I know only Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. Bob keeps on pointing that out. But at some point, you have to build this roster, and you have to think top players first, right? Like my first thought of building a roster that has two guys under contract is not, all right, who are they going to draft that's going to be the 10th guy? No, my first thought is, who are they going to trade for that will be a part of the freaking starting lineup that you can't even field right now? And so it makes me question whether or not they exactly have a plan, and we will see how this plays out. Like, I don't want to make a statement today that they have no plan and they got no shot.
No.
But I'm confused by it. Now, Daryl Morey spoke more about Jared McCain because here's the deal. They don't have anybody on the roster right now, so he's going to have to play. Morey talked about that.
I think so. I think it's a big bar. I think it's tough. Obviously, we're planning to be, the best team in the East next year and be right there with Boston and the other competitors. So it's a high bar. I think most likely it's someone who's, generally – when you're in the 10 to 20 range, it's someone who's not starting in the year at the rotation, but you hope, by the end of the year, if they're contributing, then you're in a really good spot as they show their work ethic. And, he's been like a top 10 to 15 guy in the country in his class the whole way across. And so he's a combination of a guy who we think you could get out a little quicker and at the same time, a lot of upside given he's very young and has a great work ethic.
All right, again, this has nothing to do with Jared McCain.
Right, we're not ripping the pick.
Look, if the Sixers weren't in a win now mode, great pick. Good.
If the Sixers had been, let's say the Sixers had been a 6 seed this year.
Yeah.
Or 7 seed. Something like that. Play-in tournament.
Well, they were.
And Joel Embiid was 3 years younger.
Right.
We would have. This would be.
It's a nice pick.
That to me makes sense.
This is that continuity. This is that down the road approach.
Yes.
Which is what the previous GMs did not do, and Daryl Morey kind of had to try to fix messes. So I don't want to rip Jared McCain at all.
No.
But here's the problem. So in the first clip, you hear upside, learning curve.
It's a steep learning curve.
Steep learning curve. All these things where you go, all right, good. They're going to give this kid time. But you also start to realize, you go, I don't know how much time I have left. And then he says in that clip that we play that they still expect to be with the top teams in the Eastern Conference, like the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks. And I'm sorry. Again, this is not a shot at Jared McCain. I don't think Jared McCain does that for you right now.
How can you say, like if you're Daryl Morey, how can you sit behind a microphone and say, I expect to be as good as the Celtics next year? Really? Like, you got 2 players. And I heard Tyrone yesterday on Best Show Ever. It was very entertaining discourse and discussion.
I chimed in yesterday.
I did not hear it when you chimed in.
Apparently there were texters saying that the peace treaty should be ripped up.
Why?
Just because we have a difference of opinion.
Well, this might not work either, because I'm saying Tyrone said that if you add one player, top player to the Sixers, they're as good as any team.
Oh, yeah, that's what we talked about.
And
I disagree.
I literally think somebody left the car running too long. I wanted them to check immediately for carbon monoxide or something. There was something that was maybe there was a gas that was leaking into the studio because the Sixers are not as good. They're not as good. Adding one player doesn't make them as good as teams that have 7 contributors, 6 contributors. We don't know. Now, that doesn't mean the Ty or anybody else who has that belief can't be right.
Right, absolutely.
In a few weeks. I wonder when you get on a plane Sunday night, when we pass in the airport, I'm coming back,
Yes.
you're leaving.
I'll wait.
I wonder, you wave from your window. I wonder how many players will be on the Sixers roster.
Come Sunday night?
It's June 30th.
How many second round picks they
It's honestly though, I don't know what the hell the Sixers are. And any proclamations about how they can, from Daryl Morey, from Tyrone Johnson, from anybody about how good they are, doesn't make sense.
Unless
we don't
there's
know who they are.
A trick up the sleeve for a Kevin Durant or like a guy that, look, I say what you want about Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant comes in here, he's a walking 28 a game.
Kevin Durant, I would almost pencil in, but not even knowing who the other players are, I would almost pencil in a 3 seed.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And
so unless something like that is up his sleeve, but right now, there's no talk about that.
We have no crystal ball of any of this. And by the way, it looks like we got played by another player that we'll talk about a little bit later.
We will.
On.
So here's what I'm troubled by.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring you back to the offseason that led up to this past year.
Okay.
And there was the notion that the Sixers weren't going to make a big splash. Daryl Morey was actually pretty honest about that on these airwaves. And he's pretty honest about how we're not going to make a big splash because of this year's offseason. Right? Remember.
Oh, yeah.
Cap space.
Sure.
Assets to trade. Tobias Harris's contract is off the books. And I was really peeved when I heard that from Daryl Morey leading up to last year. Now, I was under the assumption that they could trade Tobias Harris, right? It was the final year of his deal.
We all were. By the way, every host on this radio station thought that a year and a half out that they'd be able to trade him.
And they never did. And I think it was probably more so because of who Tobias Harris was, not because the Sixers were clamoring on the one more year of Tobias Harris. But everybody was under the assumption that they would move Tobias Harris. And I was so annoyed that it seemed like they were going to kick the can down the road. And that's kind of what they did with last year's offseason. But I bought into the mindset. But I do remember saying this on the air. I'm tired of trying to be smart. I just want to win. I said that quote on these airwaves.
Okay, what did you clearly explain a little more about what you meant by that? You wanted all the chips in the center of the table type of thing?
Yes,
okay.
Because I'm tired. Like I've been doing this for 10 years. Joel Embiid just finished his 10th year in the NBA, right? Newsflash. Like it's been a freaking decade.
It has,
and they haven't come close to winning. So I didn't like thinking about needing to be smart. I just wanted to try to win.
Okay,
last year.
I absolutely get your sense of desperation, and I think it was matched by many in the fan base.
And so I finally bought in. I go, all right, fine. I see what they're looking for. The free agent class. This is before OG Anunoby got traded to the New York Knicks. This is before Pascal Siakam gets traded to the Indiana Pacers, and you knew that they were eventually going to sign. This was before Dame Lillard went to the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, there were players out there that made sense of coming here to Philadelphia, and I could buy into it, and I can get all excited. Well, none of those players came here.
Well, all their GMs, though, all the strategic GMs in Milwaukee and Indiana and the Knicks, so 3 opposing GMs in your conference, they played ahead of the Sixers.
Yes, they did. And this is what scares me. I read a blurb from Kyle Neubeck yesterday. This is before the NBA draft.
Okay.
This is before OG Anunoby re-signed with the New York Knicks.
Okay.
I read this.
Which a lot of people thought was going to happen, by the way.
Yes. The closer we get to the start of free agency, the more it feels like the Sixers could essentially try to stall and wait for, quote, the next opportunity, end quote, at this year's deadline or further out. George is being pursued by several different teams. Anunoby could stay put. He did stay put.
He did.
Butler doesn't feel like he wants to leave Miami. Ditto with LeBron in L.A. And then you have to ask yourself how much you really want a guy like Brandon Ingram. Is it enough to cut into the pick pile you need to hold on to trade for a difference-making star down the road? I think this sets up an interesting dilemma for the Sixers. After selling the public on preserving flexibility and the value of this specific summer, would they really be willing to run back the same plan again despite knowing in advance that they would get crushed by their fans for doing so? This is why I freaking had a problem with the plan from the beginning, even though I'm an open-minded person. Right?
Oh, and very optimistic when it comes to Sixers.
Yes, but I was open-minded. It's like politics to me. I go down the middle because I'll listen to both sides, right? Because I think that's best for the country. So I'm okay with listening to both sides of the argument when it comes to the Sixers. But I leaned one way, and it was to not be patient.
To not be prudent. To go for it. Right.
Go for it. And now I'm being told that there might be a chance I have to be patient again?
I don't blame any of this angst that you're having today. And I think you're going to share it with the majority of the audience. I think that's where they're going to be at, is what the plan is. I don't want to hear about, well, we're going to wait for the trade deadline next year. I really don't want to hear that. I believe it appears completely that you got, and I kept saying it, that Paul George was using the Sixers. I think we can see now.
Maybe.
Well, it appears. He was using, there was the interest. Every talking head was talking Paul George, being a part of being
Clippers
Paul
or the
George,
Sixers.
Clippers or Sixers.
Yeah.
That's no discussion came up of Golden State.
No.
He never came up. And all along it's, they've been chatting, back channels. So I mean, again, we got played.
So this is my concern. I don't want to say Daryl Morey doesn't have a plan because I think he has to be in the position that he has.
Right.
Like I saw a tweet right before the show started from our man Bill Brown. There's no plan, boys. This is so bad, and Morey and Harris have such little connection to the fans in the city. I can see them not making a splash, and Morey just resigns before the season. And that's not happening.
He just signed an extension through 29, I believe.
Right, last year.
So that's not happening.
And so I can't say that there's no plan. There might be a plan. Jared McCain may be a part of the plan. I don't have to agree with the plan. And I don't have to like the plan.
You just want it.
I don't have to be told what a plan was last year and that this year they were going to be aggressive and now it looks like the rug got pulled from under them. It's like the Eagles when they drafted Marcus Smith. Remember they wanted Clinton Dix?
Yes.
And then the Packers got them and they said, oh, wait, what? We don't have any other plan, so let's trade back. It kind of feels like that right now, and that scares me.
Well, the thing is, don't be scared about it. You can be frustrated about it, and there's no way that Daryl Morey didn't know that last night could have gone the way it did. There's no way that Daryl Morey didn't read the tea leaves because it seemed like the overwhelming opinion after we left the show yesterday, even from national voices and everything, is that OG was going back.
Yeah,
that was where it was leaning. So I believe there are other avenues that he had planned. But kicking the can down the road, that isn't one that the fan base is going to buy into. And I believe the Sixers have made a miscalculation.
It's not just the Sixers buying into it or fans buying into it. Joel Embiid is 30.
Right.
And he's got degenerative knee issues.
What's he asking for?
I don't know how much longer you can wait.
I don't understand the plan. And again, I feel like the Sixers have been used, like the whole Paul George thing, which I'm glad is not going to happen. I feel like they've been used.
Connor, you're Mr. Positive, usually, but I know the Sixers have been beating you up over the last couple of years.
A little bit.
They've been beating everybody up over the last couple of years. When I read you that blurb from Kyle Neubeck about how it feels like it might be going to the exact same thing they did last year, what is your reaction?
I don't know that I can blame them. I don't know what.
This is interesting.
I don't know what the Sixers could have done to not be in this position. This offseason. I've already come to terms with all the crap that's gotten us to this point. But in this offseason, I don't know how much more they could have done. We can relitigate what they did to get them in this position, but I don't know. If Paul George doesn't want to come here, LeBron doesn't want to come here, Kevin Durant doesn't want to come here, Jimmy Butler doesn't want to come here. What do you want him to do? Kidnap one of these guys?
When you have a plan like that, you need to have at least some legit back channels where you feel very comfortable that you might get one of those players.
Okay, but let's say you don't. What else could they have done?
Siakam.
They could have been aggressive last year.
Siakam,
They could have. And that's what
all
I
these
wanted
guys,
them
they
to
could
be.
have been aggressive
Right.
and then you bring some guy here
Yeah, I
and
know.
make it worth their while to stay.
I was just told to be patient because of this offseason, and I bought into it, but I was not in favor of it. And it's kind of playing out the way I didn't want it to, the way nobody should have wanted it to. Let's get your reaction. You can text it, you can call in 610-632-0975. Phillies win another series. We'll talk about that a little bit. And Jay Bilas. Again, this is not a shot at Jared McCain. It looks like I like the player. Jay Bilas may tell you that you should like the player. We'll hear that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers select McCain. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Wendy's. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Last night in the NBA draft, the Sixers stayed put for the NBA's first round and drafted Jared McCain at 16 overall. McCain, a 6'2 guard out of Duke, shot 41.4% from three.
6 a.m. sponsor.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic on this Wendy's Thursday morning. Every hour today, as we do every single Thursday when Wendy's provides us breakfast, that delicious breakfast burrito, we'll give away a $50 Wendy's gift card. So I'll let you know when to call our contest line. At some point this hour, we give away 1 hour, $50 each.
There's a hop in both your steps this morning.
It's the only reason why I'm in, Johnny. The only reason why I'm in today.
Yeah, have that beautiful Wendy's.
You know, I was thinking of taking it like the Thursday, Friday before my trip off. I said, you know what? Wendy's breakfast burrito, I will be there Thursday. Don't you worry. All right, so the Sixers last night, they draft Jared McCain out of Duke. Again, let me make this perfectly clear. Nobody is ripping Jared
not at all.
McCain. We are questioning what the plan and direction is of Daryl Morey. Now, there is still time. Like, I'm not going to completely react to what happened last night and the fact that they didn't trade for a player that I thought they were going to trade for and freak out about that. But my concern is when I read Kyle Neubeck writing exactly what I was concerned of. When you started seeing the trickle-down effect.
Which was, again, tell people again.
So
they kicked the can down the road.
Here's what Kyle wrote. And this was the plan last offseason, going into the 2023-24 season, was to kick the can down the road because this offseason was all the cap space. Tobias Harris off the books. There will be max contract players available. There was the idea that maybe LeBron would opt out. Obviously, OG Anunoby. There was the Pascal Siakam. This was before they were traded to the teams that they are on now. Kyle wrote, the closer we get to the start of free agency, the more it feels like the Sixers could essentially try to stall and wait for the next opportunity at this year's deadline or further out. George is being pursued by several different teams. Anunoby could stay put. This was written before he did stay put. Butler doesn't feel like he wants to leave Miami. Ditto with LeBron in L.A. And then you have to ask yourself, how much do you really want a guy like Ingram? Is it enough to cut into the pick pile you'd need to hold on to trade for a difference-making star down the road? And that was my biggest concern. You do the waiting game, and I understood what the waiting game was. And now that you're here, it doesn't look like it's playing your way. So he basically rolled the dice.
He did.
And it's not so far looking to be playing out well for the Sixers.
What bothers me about it, again, is you appear, and whether this is fair or not, I do not have personal information to know that this is fair, that you were outmaneuvered. You were outmaneuvered on getting guys like Siakam or OG or others. Three of the Eastern Conference contenders went out and made moves and made trades. Donovan Mitchell and things like that. Went out and got guys who, if they were the third guy on this team right now, you'd feel considerably better about their chances. It appears other teams were more aggressive. You were asking for aggressiveness. What you've gotten, honestly, is a rather passive approach.
Yeah, it seems like it.
And I don't know what doors were open, though. I don't know what was truly available.
Right, like I can't say they should have traded for Mikal Bridges. They didn't have the assets to trade to acquire
when
him.
you see what it was, they didn't have it.
Right, exactly. So we would love to hear from you. You could text in, you can call in 610-632-0975. Your reaction to what took place last night, but also when you hear us talking about a potential other kick the can down the road scenario, what is your reaction to that? Because it concerns me, it bugs me, and it bugs me because this is what I didn't want to happen last year, but I bought into it because I understood the thought process. Now, it's to what Connor said. It almost kind of feels like they have to do it. And you're probably right, but that doesn't mean I need to be happy about it.
And I'm not saying you should be, but there are things that currently affect this organization that are not the result of, like, the past, month. People might look at this and say, oh, Daryl Morey doesn't have a plan. Oh, they have no idea what they're doing this offseason. I don't know that that's the case.
Right, I agree.
Like, I think they've been put in a really difficult spot. The writing was on the wall months ago that this was going to be an offseason with slim pickings, and this is just kind of the realization of what we already knew was coming.
All right.
It's tough. Look, here's what I would say to you, though, is that both of you might be a bit of part of the problem.
Why is that?
Because I believe the what I would, and I won't use the like Kool-Aid drinkers, but the people who were totally on board and totally believed and were totally supportive and saying this is all going to work out, they may have gotten comfortable. No. They may have into saying these people will buy into the plan. They thought the plan would work, but it hasn't materialized.
I don't think they had a full amount of Sixers fans on board with the plan last year. Look, I was not on board with it. I just eventually bought into it, and I said, okay, I get it. Here's the problem, John.
Okay.
It was very curious how there wasn't much outrage after they lost to the Knicks in the playoffs.
There were people within the Sixers organization that commented to us about
that were kind of like, oh, really? Wait, this is the one. You were more mad about us blowing a series lead, which they should have against the Celtics. But this one, we lost in the first round. We took a step back.
And people got.
But I think it's because people saw the offseason and said, okay, Embiid finally balled out in the playoffs. Maxey balled out in the playoffs. Tobias is gone. They're going to acquire a star. They're going to build with this amount of cap space that they have. Like, I think people saw the future after they lost, and I think everybody agreed they weren't winning this year anyway. Even if they did get to the Eastern Conference Finals, we would have celebrated because it would have been the first time in 20-plus years.
I thought they had a great chance to
Me too, but they would have gotten boat raced by the Celtics, and it ultimately wouldn't have mattered, but at least you would have felt good they finally got to round 3. But now, John, I don't know if people are sitting back and going, oh, wait, I was not angry about them losing to the Knicks for this?
That's where I get upset with people that'll give me the, Sixers had one player. They're right there with like teams like the Celtics. So whether it's Daryl Morey, a talk show host, or otherwise, I get angry with because I'm just like, what are you talking about? This team they should never be mentioned with the Celtics. They should never be mentioned in the same discussion till they show you something. And right now, with 2 guys on the roster, we have no freaking idea about what they are or what could be. But I got to tell you, though, I'm thrilled with Paul George apparently being off the table. I'm absolutely thrilled.
Until you find out what the next plan is.
Yeah, but I didn't want it. I didn't want Paul George. I wasn't into that, and I thought it was a bad move. By the way, I'm not into Brandon Ingram either. Absolutely not.
Neither am I.
Into Brandon Ingram. So, and then people are like, well, what do you want? I don't want that. I don't want things that are going to commit huge money to guys that I know are not going to be difference makers to bring this city a championship. I would, at that point, rather say, kick the can down the road.
All right, we'll get to the texts and calls in a second, but once more, this is not any direct shot at Jared McCain.
Not at Jared.
It looks like the pick was a good one, depending on who you are as a basketball team. I just don't think Jared McCain necessarily makes sense where the Sixers are in terms of their window. But here's Jay Bilas last night on ESPN. They did a tremendous job. Kevin Aandhi, great job hosting the draft coverage. He'll be joining us today at 9:30.
Let's wake him up. He had a late night. Let's wake up. Let's call him now.
That's why he asked for the extra 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Here's Jay Bilas talking about McCain.
Bob, you called it. The 2024 ACC All-Rookie team coming out of Duke shot 41% from 3. I'm surprised he went this far. Maybe I'm partial to him, but when I was just kind of evaluating the draft and not as much as I would normally do in the position, I just was wondering, this guy had some huge games at the end of the season, obviously tournament games. He was a late bloomer in some respects, wasn't a huge usage guy because Duke had other guys handling. And like I said, when you go through this process, you're trying to find problems with players. There's not a lot of problems with this guy. I guess you would like him to be maybe a little bit bigger, but he does a lot of things really well.
So that's the ESPN coverage from last night. They like Jared McCain.
We'll get the Jay Bilas
we'll get the Bilas stuff in a second. But they clearly like Jared McCain. They thought it was a good pick, and we'll hear Bilas' thoughts on it coming up in a few minutes.
And by the way, it seems overwhelming that Jared McCain is a fine pick with some upside, not an extremely high ceiling, but like upside for a skill set that the Sixers desire and need.
Absolutely,
but. It's just not a move for 2024, 2025.
And
it doesn't appear to be, let's put it that way.
Here's another problem of mine.
Okay.
And this is from the mouth of Daryl Morey. How many times has he said that young players, draft picks like this, don't help you win right away?
He's said that before.
He has said that.
He's almost like the
on record, like at press conferences and interviews on the radio.
He's almost like my man Les Snead from the Rams. F those picks.
Yes.
He's been a guy who has used them as currency to get players that he wants. He isn't the guy that usually is about drafting talent to develop.
And as of right now, because McCain still could be traded.
Sure he could.
Was it didn't Wiggins get drafted and then it sometime happened before he even got traded? I forget. I have to look at the history.
I don't believe so. I think he played in Cleveland.
Did he
right?
play in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Okay. So McCain doesn't have to be traded last night or today. He still can be down the road. But when Daryl Morey talked so highly of McCain last night, we all kind of got the sense that he's sticking around. And good for Jared McCain. I just don't necessarily know if it matters for the Sixers right now. And, oh, by the way, Daryl Morey would be the first to tell you that young players aren't making that much of an impact for you right away. So that's why I wonder what is the plan?
Yeah, I don't. Look, I believe the plan has sort of been, no matter how it will be spun, I believe the plan has maybe been yanked out from under the Sixers.
It kind of feels that way.
It does, is that because, again, look, I tape the NBA Malik Andrews show
NBA Live
all the time. And then I'll fast forward through it. Some days I won't watch it at all, but I'll have it so I can look at it and if there's something going on, especially around something like the draft. I did not hear Paul George to the Golden State Warriors once.
Right.
Leading up to it. And I'm talking Woj. I'm talking the guy who's the front office guy that does stuff for them that's on the shows.
Warriors, yeah.
I mean, I heard nobody saying, well, Paul George is going to go to the Warriors on a max contract, 4 years. None of that stuff was out there. So, to me, I wonder if the Sixers knew that was coming.
Maybe. Connor, you said the text line is already buzzing this early in the morning. What do we have?
It is. Yep. So the first one we'll go to here, we'll check in with Jasper in Sicklerville. And he just says in quotes, planning on being the best team in the East next year, not off to a very good start this offseason.
Yeah, and that's what I don't get. It almost sounds like he's talking out of both ends. He says how we're planning on being one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference, and he says that Jared McCain needs to have a role in that. But then in the initial comments he made when he first steps up to the podium, before he's even asked a question, he talks about the steep learning curve for a kid like Jared McCain. So which one is it? Are you going to expect this rookie to play 15 minutes a night and help you make a run in the playoffs? Or is this another potential kick the can down the road season?
Which you can't have.
I don't know how much road you have left.
And again, the value of Joel Embiid continues to decline while you have it.
All right, we'll continue the conversation coming up next. I know we have a lot of texts coming in. We'll get to some calls. You can text and call in. Same number, 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We'll also show some Phillies love as they win a series in Detroit right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. the Fanatic, reacting to what happened during the NBA draft yesterday. And before the NBA draft, OG Anunoby re-signs with the New York Knicks. So that team of Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, the team that beat you in the first round, they're running it back, except for Isaiah Hartenstein, it seems like. But they got Mikal Bridges, who fits perfectly with that team. So when I was on with the best show ever yesterday, Tyrone was saying he thinks much less of Mikal Bridges than I do, and he thinks more of Brandon Ingram than I do.
Wow.
I also talked about the fit of Bridges on that team, and it has nothing to do with the Villanova connection. I'm just saying from a basketball standpoint, he put up good numbers on a bad team without any help around him. And not like good numbers like averaging 18 a game because he attempted 35 shots.
He's a Tobias Harris type.
Better. I would say better.
I mean, they're fairly comparable players.
But I would say better.
But he's going to be on a better team.
He will be on a better team, and I think
Will he
that's
get less
a good
opportunities, though?
fit. Look, we'll see how that plays out.
But he's exactly what they needed.
Yes.
The type of player they needed.
It's the type of player the Sixers could have benefited from having when they drafted him and not trade him for Zaire Smith. But yeah, OG Anunoby goes back to the Knicks, so now all of a sudden the New York Knicks, once again, last night, reminder that they are better than the Philadelphia 76ers at this given moment. The offseason is still young.
And
the plan is not done yet, but I don't know what the plan is.
One player, I honestly don't care who you're going to tell me the one player is. That would be the third player the Sixers add. It's not going to make you better than the Knicks. I'm going to need to see players 4 or 5 and maybe 7.
Now, I don't know that statement that one player can make a difference is inherently wrong. I don't think it's realistic that player ends up on the Sixers.
To make you as good as Boston or the Knicks right now?
If we're saying that Kevin Durant is a pipe dream or LeBron James is a pipe dream, but there's still like a 0.01% chance. Right? I don't think anyone's saying like it's likely that they sign one player and they're better. But I do think there's a world where that happens. I just want to be careful of being critical of saying because it is true if LeBron James is here, they're better than the Knicks.
Right, I agree. Even though they have to get other players.
The problem is that one player is not coming here. That's the bottom line. Whether it's right or not, it's not realistic.
But here's the thing. So if they're not coming, then who is?
That's the idea that one player is going to make a difference when I don't know. I need to know players 4, 5, 6. I just do. I don't believe it makes you better.
John, I want to know who 3 is first.
Right.
I don't care about 4, 5, 6.
No, I'm saying is that but I heard yesterday, and I heard Tyrone on Best Show Ever and more. If the Sixers add a solid 3, that solid 3 player, they're as good as anybody. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're not. Like you need to know. You need to know a hell of a lot more.
It depends on who that third player.
They're not as good as Boston. Even if they had, they're not as good as Boston. They had
LeBron James. They are as good, if not better, than the Boston Celtics.
Wow.
I firmly believe that.
Wow.
But,
absolutely.
But they're not getting him.
Wow.
And so it's a moot point, John. Like they're not even getting him. All right, so before we get to...
I'm glad you've come around to that.
Yeah,
it took me a while to get you there. I know you were dreaming. You were dreaming. It's all right.
Like I said, I'm never going to own an island, but I dream of having an island, John. Like, let me have my dreams, damn it. All right. Get to the text in a second. Phils beat the Tigers yesterday. It was an afternoon game. They win 6-2. Spencer Turnbull only pitches 3 innings. He has to come out because of the shoulder soreness. Maybe it's because he hasn't been stretched out. Taijuan Walker is in the rotation.
Freaking ridiculous.
But then, of course, great job by Topper pushing all the right buttons after that with the bullpen. Soto, Ruiz, Strom, Kerkering, Hoffman, Alvarado. They combined for 6 innings, allowing just 3 hits and 1 earned run. They beat the Tigers 6-2. I know nobody's about to parade on Broad Street for beating the Tigers, but it's another series win against a bad team.
I love it.
They keep on doing it. They're 53-27 this year.
And again, you made a problem with Spencer Turnbull that didn't need to be done.
Right.
You had him on a roll. Everything was going perfectly. You then decided to disrupt that. And no, they did. They took him out of a routine.
And they made the right decision at the time because it was him or Christopher Sanchez.
No, I understand. But when you make that, when you don't, he would have been better off, honestly. I don't know what it could have been. It would have been better off at that point going to a 6. It would have been better. And I know
then Zach Wheeler would not have been happy about it. Aaron Nola wouldn't have been happy about it. And so you got to appease your horses. But here's the thing that I saw on social media yesterday that I didn't agree with.
What's that?
Well, and this is why they're being careful with him because of this issue.
Not true.
No. he probably had that happen to him. And it's not, his arm didn't blow up. It's shoulder sore. Like, he's probably going to pitch again in a week or two. But the reason why he's not stretched down his shoulder sore is because of the decision they made. They didn't make a decision to prevent this from happening. This happened because of their decision. At least you would
No, it
think.
was part of it. It was part. It was a
of it,
contributing.
right.
It's a contributing factor.
So,
And
anyways.
it's just but again, I hope. Let's hope that nothing is.
Yeah, let's hope. Hey, look, he was fine. He even said he was fine last night.
And he felt so. It'll be good.
But Brandon Marsh, Cooper Salciunas' favorite player. In day
Love
one,
that.
in day one of the era of Cooper's favorite player, he goes 4 for 4 with a home run and 4 ribbies. Good to see Marsh go yard. First time since when, Connor? What was it? Like
Bro,
April?
I don't know, 74?
Right, it's been a long time since Brandon Marsh hit a home run, so it was good to see yesterday. Phils get the win 6-2. All right, give us a text for our Sixers discussion, Connor.
All right. The name on this one is just Angry in Harrisburg. I don't know if that's this person's given name, but how many more years of doing nothing while other teams in the East get better will it take before people admit that Morey has no clue what he's doing? Embiid's prime is being wasted for what? I'm done with this team.
I don't think Morey doesn't
with the
have
team?
a clue. I think Morey may have had an idea and it didn't play out the way that he expected it to. That's my guess.
Right.
With the Paul George thing. Like,
I'm
that
with
was
you.
the worst kept secret. That Paul George, the Sixers wanted Paul George. And if they don't get Paul George, we talked about this yesterday. I don't know what the plan B is. And the plan Bs that have been given to me, I haven't liked.
And Paul George has said on, as pointed out in an LA Times blog, like 36 times how much he loves living in California. So now you got the Golden State Warriors you're going to have to contend with.
Yep. All right. Coming up next, we get more text reaction. We'll reset the entire show. We've been reacting to the draft yesterday. We have the Jay Bilas audio ready, so you'll hear from Jay Bilas what he thinks about Jared McCain, who the Sixers acquired yesterday with the 16th overall pick. And coming up next, I'm going to tell you why you should have faith in Jalen Hurts, or you could take it as maybe quarterbacks aren't that good right now. I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's 7 o'clock on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, my bad, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give away our first of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards for a whole new way to nug. Try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. In honor of your shirt, let's go number 7.
777.
Yeah, I wouldn't
baby.
say 777, but number 7 as John flies out for Vegas today. First time
Since
cancer, man.
Yes.
So, and
The
I know Vegas is your happy place.
87 was the last year that I did not go to Vegas.
I still haven't
last
been,
year, 2023.
That's amazing.
That will be remedied.
One day.
It's
Wait,
got to
you've
be
never
remedied.
been to Vegas?
No.
Wow.
It's
Never been
got to
to
be.
Vegas. Wow.
It's got to be remedied. It is awesome. And if you Flyer fans are hanging out this weekend all over town, just behave. Have a great time.
Nah,
behave yourself. Yeah, behave yourself a little bit.
Behave yourself a little bit.
All right.
Yes.
Caller 7, 215-263-0975. That's 215-263-0975. Caller 7 to the contest line will win our first of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards that we are giving away today. I'm going to get to a text in a few minutes. Here's what we got coming up this segment around 7:10, maybe between 7:10 and 7:15. I'm going to tell you why you should either have faith in Jalen Hurts or the quarterback position just kind of stinks in the NFL right now. I'll explain more coming up later on this segment. I didn't even want to play it for you. I
Okay.
said to Connor, don't play this out loud because I want John and his immediate reaction to this.
All right.
So that comes your way later on this segment. But last night, the Sixers selected Jared McCain with the 16th overall pick, freshman out of Duke. Looks like a good ball player, but it goes against what the plan is. It goes against what everything Daryl Morey has said, that rookies and that draft picks don't necessarily do anything for a team that has a championship window.
Sure.
So he kind of goes against his own plan, his own ideologies, and I'm okay with that. If you have a firm belief that, hey, what my plans have been in the past, I need to change them, and this will benefit the team, I'm all for that. That's what any coach should do, right? If your scheme is something that you truly believe in, but it doesn't work, adapting to what is around you. Chip Kelly never did that. That's why he's no longer in the NFL. That's why he's no longer a head coach, even in college football. I'm cool with you changing your plans, but it seems like you changed the plans out of necessity, and that necessity is our initial thoughts are not playing out the way we wanted them to.
And that's what's scaring me. That's what scares me here is I have no doubt that Daryl Morey knows what he's doing. And anybody who's painting it like he doesn't know what he's doing, he doesn't have a plan. That's honestly, it's all the guy does is constantly try to work it and formulate what the plan's going to be and everything. I'm just disappointed because it appears the aggressiveness that you want
that I wanted last year, before last season,
has not been there as far as other teams are jumping the line.
Because I was told that this was a big offseason, cap space, draft picks, and yes, all that stuff is true. Here are the facts. They have incredible cap space.
They do.
They had tradable draft pick assets and still do.
They do.
They have a max slot open, so they can re-sign Tyrese Maxey to the max contract, sign whoever they want as their third max player, and they will still have plenty of cap space to build a rest of a starting 5 and some players that can come off the bench. All that stuff is factually correct.
Okay.
What is not fact is that Paul George is coming here. That's not fact until we find out if he is or not, and it doesn't look like that he is.
It looks like that's going to be a knife fight.
Right.
To get him here if it's going to happen.
It is not a fact that LeBron James or Kevin Durant are coming here. We don't know that that's not happening, but we have a pretty good understanding that it might not. All I know is the fact is you have Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, Paul Reed, and Ricky Council, and now Jared McCain. You have 5 players. That's your starting 5 this season started today. And that is against everything that we put faith into.
It is. And it's also different. What I'm more fascinated by, and I'm glad we didn't talk about it till we got in the air, is the idea of you and the idea that it sort of goes contrary to what Daryl Morey's preached in the past.
Right.
So that leads me to believe. They talk up McCain, the pick. He was definitely a sought-after guy.
Yeah.
He was going to go in that realm, in that area. Could he be dealt? Is there a move coming?
There's still a chance, yeah.
Is there a move coming that we just don't know about that is more likely to come down today? And again, I'm willing. I have faith that Daryl Morey has a plan. I just don't know whether the opportunities, as Connor says, whether the opportunities are going to be there to execute the plan as we would want it to be. I just don't know whether that's going to be there.
By the way, Andrew Wiggins never played for the Cavs.
Oh, did he not?
Nope.
Okay.
Drafted by the Cavs and then traded not long after, but it wasn't on draft night.
Right.
When he was traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So it's still like just because Jared McCain wasn't traded last night doesn't mean he's still on the Sixers team. Maybe Daryl Morey did talk him up yesterday strategically so that another team gets enticed and goes, oh, maybe we could trade for this guy. But all I know is right now, and I know it's early, all right? Like the offseason's not over today. Tyrone was telling me that yesterday. I was like, I know that, dude. But we all read the same thing. We all talk to people. We all get an understanding of what they wanted to do, and it seems like what they wanted is not available. And then the backup plans, I don't think are all that great. And that's what scares me.
I don't want them now to say, like, I don't want to unload. Like, what would it take to get Brandon Ingram here?
I don't think it's a total overhaul of picks because they're not re-signing him. Like it's already been out there that they are not going to re-sign Brandon Ingram. So if you're the New Orleans Pelicans, you just kind of want to get something. It's not like the NFL where it's, hey, we're going to release this guy. Oh, wait, fine. Give us a 7th round pick and you can have him. It's probably going to cost you a 1 and other picks.
Yeah, like 2 picks and a player.
Well, what player?
What player?
Somebody.
Jared McCain.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. He's not that good a player.
And because you're going to also have to extend him.
Right.
And I'm not doing this is what I don't want to have happen. I don't want to have them double down on the pressure, the anguish, the oh my gosh, this has happened to us. I want them to handle this intelligently and to not panic. There's no panic move here. Can't be a panic move.
I'll read you the blurb from Kyle Neubeck again, and then we'll get to some of your texts. The closer we get to the start of free agency, the more it feels like the Sixers could essentially try to stall and wait for the next opportunity at this year's deadline or further out. George is being pursued by several different teams. Anunoby could stay put. This was written before he re-signed with the Knicks.
Right.
Butler doesn't feel like he wants to leave Miami. Ditto with LeBron in L.A. And then you have to ask yourself how much you really want a guy like Brandon Ingram. Is it enough to cut into the pick pile you'd need to hold on to trade for a difference-making star down the road? And this is why, remember, John, when Daryl Morey had his first press conference post-Sixers-Knicks playoff series, he said, hey, don't forget, I like to build my team as the season goes on. And that tells you that might still be a plan.
I'm going to tell you this, Daryl, you have got the hardest sales job you've ever had in your career selling that strategy to this fan base this year.
Because they just did it last year.
This time.
They did sell it, and people bought in.
Right, and people bought in, and people gave him the patience and gave him the time.
All right, I'm going to talk about quarterbacks in a few minutes, but what do we have on the text?
Wait to hear
what do we have in the text line, Connor?
Dustin from Sicklerville checks in, says, for the Sixers, what plan are we in now? Sounds like we're in plan Z. We can't keep praying for a miracle or pushing off signing someone. We've been too patient. I don't think us Sixers fans have any more patience. We're running out of time.
Don't settle for Don't go with all due respect. Don't say, man, I am hankering for that big steak dinner, but I'm pulling up the Golden Corral. Don't drive me to Golden Corral. You've been promising us a great steak dinner.
I'd go.
No, but that's not. Don't pay for that.
I do enjoy Golden
Corral.
Corral.
I'd go.
Don't pay. No, but when you're saying
chocolate fountain,
it's
right?
the big steak. It's the big steak dinner out.
Yes.
You're not doing that. That's not what it is. You've been promised something more.
Well,
you've been promised impact.
By the way,
Brandon Ingram is not that player.
Yeah, I got you.
Nobody can spin this crap to me.
Here's how this works. It's a great analogy. Because what happened is you're a parent telling their kid, we're going to get a steak dinner, if kids like steak, which I don't know. But then you show up, and the restaurant, they're not just closed. They're closed for good. So you kind of have to go somewhere else. Do you blame the kid for being upset? No, because you promised them something. Do you blame the parent for not being able to take the kid? No, the restaurant's closed. What do you want them to do? It's a bad situation. There's not a great way out. Not everyone is fully to blame, and that's where we've been for like 2 months, guys.
Yeah, and that kind of sucks.
It does suck.
Because you're just sitting here in the unknown. First time I ever had steak and eggs, Bob Evans.
Bob Evans
Home
down on the farm,
Is it down on the
baby.
farm?
I was coming back from like some sort of family gathering down south, and we were driving up. And we
Bob Evans is
stopped
great.
at a Bob Evans, man. First place I ever had steak and eggs. Changed my life.
There is one in near Oaks.
Okay. I'm gonna have
So,
to, I'm gonna
maybe
have to
when we're going up
I'm gonna have
to
to recreate that
play
magic.
a little
man.
golf, go have some Bob Evans beforehand.
That sounds good. Give us another text, and then I'll play this quarterback stuff.
All right. We got a text here from Eddie in Camden that says Dalton Connect was in our lap, and we took McCain. He's better than OG right now. Let him fall to the Lakers. Ridiculous. Morey has no clue.
What do you mean he's better than
can't- you
OG
can't-
right
you
now?
can't-
Saying
you
Dalton
say-
Connect is better than
Quite-
OG.
you
Anunoby.
Quite literally cannot say that.
You cannot say that.
OG Anunoby, it's just got paid over $200 million.
You're out of your
yesterday.
mind.
He-
That's a ridiculous comment.
It
Yes,
took
it is.
the Knicks trading a bunch of stuff for. Like, he's a good basketball player.
I did think that we had him though.
I would have liked Connect.
That was the
better.
player that I
They
thought
showed
we were.
him more when it was leading up to
No,
the
I
pick.
thought it was gonna be
They
the pick.
showed more Dalton Connect than they did Jared McCain.
When it
and-
got to 13, 14, and I'm going, that's who they're gonna get. And I would have been happy. Look, I'm not against McCain,
Me neither.
but I'm not going to lie to you and say, man, I watched a ton of Duke basketball last year and everything. Look, I watched Duke play probably 4 times and didn't watch complete games in any one of
Dude,
them.
I'll just tell you this. I don't care who they drafted. I thought they were going to get moved. And they might still, but we'll see how it plays out. All right, so this quarterback thing, John.
Okay, I want to hear this. This is fun.
You've heard my opinions on quarterbacks being completely overpaid.
I have.
And
that people shouldn't do it.
people shouldn't do it. Well, I know
Or
that,
why
I know,
does it have to be
right,
that way?
I know
I've
why
heard
they
that.
do it, but I don't think it should be this way when a quarterback has never accomplished anything, i.e. Trevor Lawrence, right?
Sure.
Justin Herbert. And they get paid ridiculous amounts of money. So quarterback conversation is always happening all across the United States of America. It's not just here in Philadelphia. We're not the only city that overanalyzes our starting quarterback and overanalyzes
Oh, no,
what
we
he says
aren't.
or
Yes.
doesn't say during press conferences about his head coach and his teammates. Quarterback is the sexiest position in all sports, and that's why it's talked about all the time. So the other day, I saw Dan Orlovsky do a local radio hit in Green Bay. And they were asking him about Jordan Love, obviously. And he said that he can't definitively take any quarterback over Jordan Love in the NFC. Can't take any definitively. Like, I'm sure he goes, you can make the case for this guy, that guy. But right now, he thinks that Jordan Love might legitimately be the best quarterback in the NFC, or at least has the most upside because of what happened the final half of the season last year and the idea that he's now going into a full season after that great second half, right? Okay. So
Sure.
I know you're still suspect on Jordan Love.
No, well, how about this? I'm not suspect on him. I'm suspect on the bouquets being thrown at his feet based on around 7 or 8 games, which were exceptional. But that's where I'm at. It's way too early to be anointing Jordan Love.
Okay.
Way too early.
So that was NFC.
Right?
Mike Tannenbaum on NFL
boy.
Live the other day went a step farther. Take a listen.
Outside of Patrick Mahomes, if the 4 of us were running an NFL team today, there is nobody on the planet I'd rather have than Jordan Love, period, end of sentence. 25 years old, can make all the throws, 6'4", high character, high processor, can make people miss. The sky is the limit. If he was an IPO, it'd be like buying NVIDIA 3 years ago.
Okay.
He is by far to me a player that has the most sustained upside. Do I love Josh Allen? Of course I love Josh Allen. Josh Allen takes a lot of big hits. CJ Stroud, love CJ Stroud. Jordan Love's been in the league a little bit longer than CJ Stroud. There are some other people in that conversation, but when you talk about sustained excellence, to me, it's Jordan Love and then everybody else.
All right, let me ask.
Wow. It's Jordan Love and everybody else. What the hell's going
When I
on here?
saw that quote, I said, no way that's real. And then I listened to the audio at my house, and I said, Connor,
Grab this.
We need this. So,
I mean,
first off, I like Jordan Love.
no, I
like Jordan Love.
Oh, I do too.
I'm not
mean,
saying he stinks.
I would give his rookie season a B.
Yes.
A B.
As a starter, right.
Yes, as a starter.
Right.
And he got to watch a lot.
Yes, he did. So Mike Tannenbaum, who's a respected NFL mind, says and it wasn't even like I can't make a definitive case. No, he straight up says, if I could start a team right now and Patrick Mahomes is off the table, it is Jordan Love. And I go, that almost sounds like What was the Andre?
Iguodala. If the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth, Max Kellerman.
Max Kellerman, yeah. Out of everybody on the Warriors, he picked Andre Iguodala to hit the game-winning shot.
Which is incredible.
Like, come on. Jordan Love should not be the second-best quarterback in anybody's mind so far in the NFL. But here's my question for you. When you hear that, does it make you have more faith in Jalen Hurts, or does it make you think, oh, my God, quarterback play in the NFL really isn't all that good? If there's a guy telling you that Jordan Love would be the second quarterback off the board. We did our exercise a few weeks ago, and I don't think we had Jordan Love in the top 8.
I think that Jordan Love has a lot to show. But I would also say to you is that NFC, I think it's more Mike Tannenbaum's statement on what he thinks of the NFC.
No, but he said NFL.
No, I understand. But I think he's going then, where are you going to ascend? If you're in a bad conference, you're going to be at the top of your conference. As far as quarterback play, you're going to be in the discussion of being one of the best quarterbacks in football. And I think that but I just don't know where it comes from. I want to hear him talk about C.J. Stroud. Because C.J. Stroud to me had a much more complete season.
Yes, absolutely.
Look, I have Jordan Love. I'm going to give you, I'll give you a number right here. Jordan Love in his last 8 games of the season last year, 18 touchdowns, 1 interception.
That's tremendous.
He was fantastic. He did a lot of that against some tomato cans too. But in the playoffs, he was 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Still, fine job.
Great, yeah.
And you saw him against Dallas have a spectacular game. I'm not in any way trashing the young man.
And one of the interceptions against the Niners was in the hands of a Packers receiver, and then it fell. Yeah, exactly.
I do not in any way. I'm not discrediting it or whatever. I just need to see a hell of a lot more because what nobody wants to talk about is all the games that were played before that.
Right.
Do they not matter, or is it? Oh, he was just learning his way. Look, I'm just going to hold out before anointing Jordan Love. I'm going to hold out. I do believe he's one of the. If you said to me, he's one of the top 4 guys in the NFL, I'd go, wow, that seems aggressive. That's way aggressive.
That's very aggressive. But does it make you feel any better about Jalen Hurts? Because like Jalen Hurts, if Jordan Love is in that discussion, let's face it, guys. Jalen Hurts should be in that discussion.
He should absolutely be in that
100%.
discussion.
Like, he's done more in his career than Jordan Love. Now, I think higher of Jordan Love than you do, John, and I actually still...
Like, where do you... Like, what, but I mean, if I was to say...
I had them on the same tier, Hurts and Love, in the NFC. Remember we did the NFC conversation? I had Hurts and Love on the same tier.
Well, here's it. I do not yet. I have never seen Jordan Love go toe-to-toe on the biggest stage with a guy like Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
And play every bit as good as he did. But I would tell you is a guy that I like that a lot of people don't like is Jared Goff. I would tell you that if you told me the same statement by Tannenbaum, I'd take Jordan Love over Jared Goff. So yes. I'm giving him the nod as being the guy that I would guess go to in his division. So if I take his division and then, as far as he's the guy, I would take him above Brock Purdy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So I mean, but I'm not taking him yet above Jalen Hurts yet.
It's wild to me. And then it also makes you think: our quarterback. Do we really have? You remember? There's been like eras, right? Like I think this is a wide receiver era in the NFL. Like I don't think this is the quarterback era. We might have the GOAT. We might be watching the new GOAT in Patrick Mahomes, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the quarterbacks are all that great. If I have an respected NFL mind telling you that Jordan Love would be the second quarterback off the board if he was able to restart a team, that's wild to me.
I just don't even. I can't. I still can't believe it.
No, neither can I.
Still can't believe it.
All right, we continue the discussion. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. So here's what we still have today. We have a lot in store for you today. Guest-wise, Kevin Aandhi, who did a tremendous job leading the draft coverage for ESPN last night. He'll be joining us at 9:30. Before that, Andrew DiCecco of Inside the Birds will be joining us at 8:30. Can't wait to ask him his thoughts on this, that Jordan Love would be the second quarterback off the board for Mike Tannenbaum. And then D Linehan, who did a tremendous job last night. I actually got a chance to listen to it. D and Tyrone did a special show last night from the Sixers facility in Camden. D was with Tyrone. D will be joining us coming up at 8:10. We still have 3 more Wendy's gift cards to give away for a total of $50. Coming up next, the Jay Bilas audio that I've been promising you, his thoughts on Jared McCain. And Daryl Morey talked about something we won't be seeing early with McCain. And that still leads me questioning what the plan is. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's 97.5, The Fanatic. You're going to hear from Jay Bilas and Daryl Morey coming up this segment. We'll get to more of your texts. You can text in at 610-632-0975. But John, I'm wondering something. Are more people on our side where we're kind of, I don't want to say doom and gloom.
It's not doom and gloom. It's reality now.
Right now, I don't see the plan. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I saw the plan. Now that I'm hearing more and more, or reading, I should say, I'm not reporting, reading more and more that the interest of Paul George, I don't think it ever waned, but it looks like he always wanted to go back to L.A., which we've kind of heard about.
Or be in California.
Right. It seems like that's off the table. And until Daryl Morey does something creative, because that's what it's going to end up being, the free agent class that is still available, let's say Paul George is off the table, the free agent class that is still available is not good.
No, it's not good at all.
So that max contract player will not be coming in via free agency. So it's not as easy as sign the dotted line, we acquired this player. It's going to have to be a trade. And I can't read the tea leaves of what that creative trade will be, but the players that I know that have been whispered, rumored about being available, Brandon Ingram, which I'm not totally in love with.
Good.
Jimmy Butler, who I don't think is leaving Miami, based off of multiple reports as well, and some of the stuff that we have heard, John.
Well, that's where most retirees go to live.
Right. And then who else? I
don't get
Zach LaVine. I like Zach LaVine more than most, but I'm not going to lie to you if they traded for Zach LaVine and all of a sudden start saying championship.
Now we're as good as the Celtics.
I'm not going to do that to you.
Connor, let me do that test with you.
Okay.
They trade for Zach LaVine. Do you believe they're as good as the Celtics, good as the Knicks?
No. Well,
Knicks, yes.
Knicks maybe.
As long as he stays healthy. Which,
Well, I mean, you can't. Well, you got to take that into consideration.
You do, but you have to assume the player is as good as they can be when you're comparing them to other teams. The Knicks were not healthy at the end of the postseason. So do we say as
they
long
got
as Brunson's
beat up
healthy,
along the
as
way.
long as Josh Hart's healthy? I mean, so yeah.
Those guys don't have injury histories. It's not the same.
They don't have to. Their head coach does.
Right,
So,
right. That is an actual history that those.
But bottom line is they might be as good as the Knicks. They're not as good as the Celtics.
So we got a tweet from the Wavy Dad.
Wavy Dad. Well, yesterday he was saying that I was telling people to give up. And I said, listen to the clip before you comment on it, because I had exactly said the opposite. So Wavy Dad got smacked down a little bit. So he got upset.
Wavy Dad checks in, says, I'm really starting to realize why one show is called the best show ever and the morning show isn't. And he starts talking about our complaining. But I need to know from the Wavy Dad.
Yes.
What do you feel good about? And look, you can say, I'm willing to be patient before having a reaction. And that's kind of what Tyrone was giving me yesterday.
Haven't we said that?
We have.
We're willing to see what the plan is, but right now it doesn't look good.
And the plan that I see in front of me, it's like the Always Sunny, right? Who was the guy in the mail room where he's trying to figure out?
Pepe Sylvia.
Yeah. Thank you.
Come on, bro.
That's me right now at my house, trying to figure out what this plan might end up being. And there might be something that I am missing, like Pepe Sylvia not being real. There might be something that I'm missing. But right now, based off of all the reading that we do for this show to be prepared to talk, there aren't really many avenues that make you say, that's what's going to change everything for the Sixers.
And if somebody tries to spin Brandon Ingram to me, for God's sake, stop. Just stop. He's not that kind of player. What more do you need to see of him? He's not an A-list player. He's not getting behind the velvet rope.
He would not have to be A-list on this team. A-list is Embiid and Max.
No, but I think he needs to be a hell of a lot more than he is. I think he needs. I want to know that there's a better plan.
Yeah, he's got to shoot consistently from three, which he does not do, and that's what they need is a guy that can actually catch and shoot from three.
I hope that's not. That would be the ultimate consolation prize. Brandon Ingram saying, someone trying to sell me on, well, Brandon Ingram comes here, it makes the Sixers a legit contender. Bull pucky, it does.
Yeah, dude,
it does not.
They've been locked into a consolation prize since this offseason started.
See, I don't believe that, Connor. I don't believe that. I don't believe Paul George, as much as I didn't want it, and I don't think it's going to happen, I don't think Paul George would be a consolation prize.
Oh, okay. I assumed you would count him as that.
No.
because you don't want him.
I don't consider Paul George and Brandon Ingram in the same.
No, they're
not sitting in the same. They'd open up. The bouncers open up the velvet rope for when Paul George shows up.
I got
Brandon Ingram standing out in line for an hour and a half.
Right.
Have a cigarette in the freezing cold.
So let me ask you this then. I look, this is an honest question. Even though I'm just annoyed by it because I didn't want to do this last year.
Okay, what?
Let's say it's Brandon Ingram or Patience. Which one are you choosing?
Patience.
And that sucks.
What position does Patience play?
I get you. I want Daryl Morey to not empty his holster on players that aren't going to make a championship difference. And if you haven't seen that Brandon Ingram is not that kind of guy, he is not a difference maker, then to me, I don't want it. I want patience. And you know what I know? Somebody's going to get disgruntled. Someone's going to get pissed off in the NBA.
And it's going to happen. Look, I will say Kevin Durant again. Kevin Durant, they don't have to trade for him before game one. They could trade for him at the trade deadline. The Phoenix Suns are in a horrible spot right now with contracts, and if this thing doesn't work out for them, and it doesn't look like it will, they're going to have to start moving on from some people. And so Kevin Durant could be a trade deadline acquisition. It could be a first week of the season acquisition. We saw that with James Harden. We've seen that a couple of times where players are traded early on. Jimmy Butler came here early on in that season when he was disgruntled against Minnesota. Remember, he played with the third stringers to beat the starters. That's one of those tales that I don't know if it's actually true or not.
Did Jimmy come at like Christmas?
It was during the winter. I do know that.
It was winter time, I know, but I may be a little early.
Because the Tobias trade happened at the deadline.
Exactly.
So that doesn't mean, like, if they don't make a trade tomorrow, the next day, or the day after that, like, it doesn't mean that they're not done. But right now, I don't see something. I haven't read anything. I haven't heard anything that makes me say, all right, I'm cool with this patient approach when I was patient last year and I didn't want to be. And now it seems like we have to be patient again. And I don't know how much patience is left.
I can't Look, patience is what I will give, and I know it's going to frustrate you, but that's where I want to land. Because I do believe, like, if the Suns hold on to Kevin Durant, if Kevin Durant is on the Suns roster opening night, I will make you a wager that he is not on their roster past the trade deadline. So I'm willing to hold out.
Okay.
I'm willing to hold out and say that other players will get disgruntled. There will be a Dame Lillard situation that will come about. A player that we're not even talking about today, someone we're not even on the radar, something will happen.
And then you know what happens? Well, they only had 25 games together before the playoffs.
Yeah, you know what, though? I'll take my shot. I'll take my shot more than I will.
Johnny Vegas.
I'll take my shot with that.
Johnny Vegas is here. He's saying, hit me.
If Brandon Ingram, if someone says to me, here's Brandon Ingram on the stage. Who is that? The guy who does Let's Make a Deal. Wayne Brady. If Wayne Brady says, here's Brandon Ingram's here,
the mystery
or
box?
you could have something that's here in the mystery box. Give me the freaking mystery box every time. Every damn time.
Congrats, you got Furkan Korkmaz.
Right, exactly. Speaking of returning players, social media was... we'll get into it later.
Yeah, I'm going to lose my mind if this is a thing.
We'll talk about this later.
Okay.
I don't want to hold off on this Jay Bilas stuff.
Okay,
but
let's do
John,
it.
there are people that are legitimately open to welcoming a player back.
Oh, no.
All right, here's Jay Bilas last night after the Sixers selected Jared McCain.
Jared McCain is a winner, and he's one of the hardest workers you're ever going to see, and he's got an infectious personality and a spirit and an attitude that you just frankly don't see that often. On the court, he's an ultra-competitive killer, an outstanding shooter. Even though he's small, McCain is just 6'2", and he doesn't have crazy long arms or anything, but McCain gets in there and rebounds. He's tough, he's physical, and he's really strong. But he's just got that trait of being a winner and being a leader. And he had games for Duke this last year where he just took over. At Florida State in the NCAA tournament, scoring over 30. He's an outstanding player. The only downside, if you will, is he's not bigger. You wish he was bigger. If you're good enough, you're big enough. And Jared McCain is good enough.
Okay.
great.
No, and here's one thing. People are going to say Jay Bilas has a Duke bias. I don't know him well, but I got to know him a little bit during my time at ESPN. I do not believe he is a Duke, like he's just going to lick this kid's boots in order to pump up a Duke kid.
Right.
I like his analysis, and I think he's one of the better ones out there.
Absolutely.
So that makes me feel better.
But
the thing is, it would make me feel better if I thought he was a building piece for a team that was ascending.
Right.
It's not that. This isn't that. This is desperation.
Or that's a great pick for, let's say, the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Absolutely.
Right. They don't need him.
They don't need him right now.
They can,
but in 2026, 2027,
right.
They look at him as a piece that we can develop and we can use.
The Sixers need players.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it.
Now, I want to play this Daryl Morey clip. So, this is cut 8, Connor. So, Daryl, we've played 2 clips from Daryl Morey today. His initial thoughts on Jared McCain. A lot of the things you just heard Jay Bilas say, you heard Daryl Morey say. The one thing that really caught our ear, though, was that there's a learning curve, a steep learning curve for Jared McCain, and that kind of goes against what Daryl Morey himself has preached over the years about rookies, guys coming out of the draft, and how they can impact a team that has championship aspirations, right? Like he himself
he's
has talked about that.
That's his words, not ours.
So he said that as his initial thoughts that, obviously steep learning curve, but tremendous talent, all the great things you just heard Jay Bilas say. Then later on in his press conference, he talked about how because the Sixers have high expectations this year, he's going to still be a part of the factor. Like he's still going to make an impact, even though they have high expectations. He believes that Jared McCain can be part of the pieces that gets them to being as good as the Boston Celtics. So you go from steep learning curve to this guy's going to help us be as good as the Celtics.
Now, look, I want my general manager, I want my president saying all those things.
Right.
We plan on being as good. I don't think you can make that statement when you have 2 guys on the roster.
But then here's another thing that Daryl Morey says.
Early on, obviously, Jared's not going to be playing with Maxey a whole lot. I mean, it's just hard for a rookie. But, that elite shooting from 2 guys out on the floor is pretty hard to guard. And both of them make it really tough on it if you try to guard them tight.
So early on, he's not going to be playing with Maxey much.
I honestly don't know down the line how he'd be playing with Maxey a lot. That's a small backcourt.
It is. And
that is a problem with teams that you've got to go up against in the Eastern Conference. That's a problem. That's a small backcourt.
It's a very small backcourt, but I'm confused by the steep learning curve.
Yeah, I got you.
He's going to be a reason why we're as good as the Celtics, but he's not going to be playing with Maxey right away. So what is
it's confusing.
So he's going to be playing 10 to 15 minutes, which is fine.
Okay.
Right? For a rookie, 10 to 15 minutes on a team like this. But I hear him say, and I like Daryl Morey. I respect Daryl Morey.
Right? Absolutely.
But I'm kind of confused by what he truly believes because he's kind of talking out of both ends right now.
He'd be perfect for sports talk radio.
He would be fantastic.
He'd be fantastic at it because I get exactly what you're at. And I'm surprised though is that we both are frustrated, but we're frustrated for different reasons. And now I want to hold, and you're still pretty aggressive on this.
Well,
I think more people are going to fall where you fall.
You know what? It's not that I'm trying to be aggressive right now, John. It's the fact that I'm annoyed that I wanted them to be aggressive last year,
and I completely get it.
And now it seems like I have to be patient again.
I'm not critiquing your point of view, and I believe it will be the consensus.
Remember when you were a kid? Hey, can I have a snack? All right, buddy, you have to wait 10 minutes. And then 10 minutes are up. You've been staring at the clock, and they go, hey, buddy, we need another 10, 15 minutes. You know how annoying that is? But I went through a whole season. All right, we get more text reaction and phone calls coming your way next. I'll also explain everything that we still have to come on Kincade Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. 746 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Gonna get to more texts and calls. Hey, Connor, give us a number.
2.
Caller number 2. We haven't done that one. To the contest line, 215-263-0975. Caller number 2 will win our second $50 Wendy's gift card for a whole new way to nug. Try Wendy's new saucy nugs today. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. I just destroyed the second half of my breakfast burrito.
That was delicious.
You ate it as well.
Really good.
Welcome to the burrito gang.
It is very good.
It's so good, the Wendy's breakfast burrito. So make sure with your $50 Wendy's gift card, get your spicy nugs. Go for it. But also get that burrito.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Because I love the burrito. Maybe more than life itself. But the breakfast sandwiches are like pre-burrito, the breakfast sandwiches are amazing too.
Yeah, dude, Wendy's is great, man.
There's no hole in their game. So
No, I
don't
think
feel
Wendy's
like it just has to be the burrito.
I think they got the best on-the-go breakfast you can.
That burrito is it's top tier. Like
They got everything in their
I
breakfast.
would get that burrito at a restaurant.
For sure.
Right.
But if you want to like switch it up, if you've had like 40 of these burritos, like we have,
I will
and they're
never
still
switch
good.
it up. I
Okay.
will never switch it up.
Breakfast
Don't
sandwiches
you
are great,
dare
too.
give me that burrito. I wake up Thursday mornings excited. Happy show number
My
70,
goodness.
by the way. All right, before we get to the texts and calls, I want to read you this tweet. Fly John Philly is checked in.
Wait a minute. It's not 70?
No, it's not.
74.
No, it's a 70 on the top of the.
It's 74 today.
It's a 70
Wow.
Today's
We're
74.
falling apart,
Tomorrow's
boys.
75. All right, so Fly John Philly sent us he actually took a screenshot of his notes on his iPhone
I like that.
because he wanted to say more than just the however many characters you get in a tweet. Sixers plan? Question mark. He's telling us to relax. Guys,
Oh, okay,
coming
relax.
from someone like me who destroys the Sixers and Embiid, I think you have to relax. John said it that he doesn't want an aging player. Paul George is older. He gets hurt too. Andrew, you love Embiid, the most disrespected player in the city, right? So if the Sixers go young, grab role players, a bench, a really good backup center, why can't Embiid and even Maxey get after it? I believe if they do this and have these players together for more than 40 games a year, Embiid and Maxey can win. Maybe the role players could be a vet who won. Jimmy dragged 2 bad teams to finals. Embiid can't. You guys love the way he played at the end of the playoffs with a healthy Embiid and Maxey with young players, role players that played a year long. Why can't they bring a team to the finals? Embiid is one of the best players. I truly believe when healthy with the right players, he can do this. Definitively, Maxey too. He showed a lot in the playoffs. This is a new route. They have to go. I am tired of getting a broken down old guy who used to be something. It's just me, It's just a draft pick last night, just step one. And now maybe like you guys just said, maybe a big name player wants out and you can grab him too. Pieces aren't set yet. Relax.
Okay, so that's the only thing I don't get is the relax. You cannot, the Sixers are beyond relax time.
Yes, absolutely.
The Sixers are beyond being given just relax. It'll all work out. This plan's all going to come together. You're beyond that time. But he sounds like he's sort of where I'm at. I don't want to, you've finally collected up assets again. Don't just don't waste them on a guy like Brandon Ingram, please.
No. And the reason why I'm bummed out today is not because of Jared McCain.
Right.
It's not because of the Paul George rumors. The Paul George stuff is kind of because of why I'm bummed out. But I'm bummed out because I wanted them to be aggressive last year. And I was told to wait until this year. I was told to wait until this year because of the cap space, because Tobias is off the books, because they'll be able to make trades. And I said, all right, fine, I get it. I understand it. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. And we get to this offseason with said cap space, with Tobias off the books, with draft picks available to trade. And the plans, the players that have been mentioned seem to not be coming.
And all the cap space, honestly, if it was Pascal Siakam had not been traded during the year, and he was available, and that was going to be the answer, I'd feel a hell of a lot different.
Right.
About where we're at.
I think that was part of the argument originally.
Originally. And
The same thing with OG Anunoby.
And so I understand. Well, I'd feel like, to me, if OG would be behind Siakam. You too?
Right, but
You
the
too?
idea is...
The idea, the concept
Yes.
of it was fine. I understand what the plan was. Now I'm just wondering, though, did you get...
Jaylen Brown
Right.
was available, and
Right.
then he got the biggest contract in NBA history. Like, there were players. When we look at the free agent list, there were... this was, at one point, a monster offseason of free agents.
Do you get...
Until the trades happened.
But did you get and I'm sure Daryl will come on with us and we'll talk about this. And I say, was he outmaneuvered? I'll ask. I mean, and I know he'd answer, and I know he wouldn't be offended by it to answer that question. Was he outmaneuvered?
Or maybe
other
not
teams-
outmaneuvered, but maybe less as aggressive as the other teams were.
Well, to me, that's being outmaneuvered.
Okay.
That would be you let things that potentially were your options slip away because you didn't go after it when you had a chance to go after it.
Connor, what do we have on the text line today? You can text and call in 610-632-0975.
A lot of people worked up about the Sixers today, as you'd imagine. And Mike in Easton brings it back to a little bit of conversation we had yesterday. He says, I genuinely think a Joel Embiid trade is more probable than anyone realizes, especially with them making a selection and not trading last night.
See, that I did not even think about that.
I did not either, but can you argue with his theory that if you were going to consider it, that's what you would do?
I get what he's saying, the texter. I do. I don't think Daryl Morey does that.
I don't think
really-
Daryl Morey
I really
does
don't.
it either. I don't think he does either. But that move last night makes it. None of us expected to come in today.
Right
we always
now-
talk about what we're going to do the next day. We did not expect to be coming in here today talking about Jared McCain.
we
Right
did
now
not.
that's a long-term looking move,
Right.
which is interesting.
And it surprises us. Unless Jared McCain is the piece that some other team wanted or that they know another team coveted. And I'm not putting that past Daryl at all.
Right, no.
Because, look, this is a nice pick at that spot. It's a nice pick to keep or to flip. I got no problem
We have
with
no problem with Jared McCain.
none at all.
Before
None at
somebody
all.
starts tagging Jared McCain, oh, man, welcome to Philly. You're
No,
already
not at all. No.
That's awesome. I'm happy that Jared McCain was drafted.
I've seen you two, Chandler and Joey this morning doing TikTok dances. I mean, come on. You're trying to be Jared McCain.
Bro, I can't do a TikTok walk
And
right
that was
now.
Connor's having problems walking.
And that was a breakfast burrito dance. All right.
Oh, it was a burrito dance?
Oh, yeah. I do the burrito dance every Thursday.
By the way, we have to get that for Wendy's. Wendy's would appreciate the burrito dance.
Nah, nobody needs to see that.
Yeah,
Let's go to
nobody needs
Craig
to
in Deptford. Craig, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hi,
What's up,
Craig.
I think the issue is just flat out simple as this. I don't think that anybody wants to come here to be second fiddle to Embiid. John and I, we talked about this throughout the year. Just his style of play, the slowness. He does get his points. He does dominate, but it doesn't help everybody else become involved. There's more sitting around watching him play than players slashing and cutting to the basket like the way the Boston Celtics backcourt is. You have a 6'8", 6'9" backcourt. The pick was good at 16, but at the end of the day, to beat the Celtics, you're going to need two superstars that are willing to play with each other, not necessarily a 1A, 1B situation like Maxey, who is a liability on defense, and watching Embiid get to the end of the road basically as an empty tank of gas. He's not healthy. He's not fresh at the end of the season, and it shows. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Craig.
Appreciate you,
we
Craig.
appreciate it. All right, here's what we got coming up. Big 8 o'clock hour ahead. Andrew DiCecco from Inside the Birds will be joining us at 8:30 to get in some Eagles conversation. But before that, D Linehan, we did a tremendous job with Tyrone last night from the Sixers facility in Camden during our draft coverage. D will be joining us at 8:10. We'll get her reaction to the Jared McCain selection and the fact that he's still here and the fact that the Sixers have yet to trade him. There's still a chance that they could. And we'll talk to D about what the Sixers' next steps might be. Today's headlines with Connor Thomas come our way at 8:05. Quick little show reset before that. And 2 more Wendy's gift cards to give away today worth $50. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Our man, the Wavy Dad, is sending another tweet.
What's Wavy Dad saying now?
So you think they may trade Embiid? We drafted a point guard. We admit we can't play with Maxey. What's stopping Morey from trading Maxey for KD?
Is he listening?
Let's
or is he
really
not
start
listening?
the conspiracy theory. Shaking my head. Who said any of this?
We're not saying to trade Embiid.
Nobody said any of this. We had a text. That
One of our listeners did. Wavy. Andrew, maybe he's watching. Andrew, wave to the camera
Hello.
in case he's watching. That's Andrew saying hello. I'll say hello now. Wavy, listen to the show, and then feel free to complain all you want at that point. So
I think he just wants the peace treaty removed.
I think it's what he's trying to do. I
were
think he's trying to
asking
sow division.
I think so. I literally said, when I was on with the best show ever yesterday, they had me call in. I said, people like chaos,
They do.
and they want us to fight.
Chaos theory is huge. It's huge, and it's believe me, it's real.
So, nobody said any of those things that the Wavy Dad just said.
No.
Nobody said it.
We're not saying to do it. We take words, we take text. You know what it is? Wavy may not understand that when Connor's speaking,
He's reading the
that
text.
Connor's giving us texts and that they're attributed to somebody else. He's trying to sow division, and we won't have it. We will not have it. We're not going to just, open up the war with Ty and Ricky again.
No.
We're not having this. And Silvana better, she better sure as hell know. She was trained by some of the best.
Absolutely.
She's also
all those Temple professors not named you.
She's a Klein. She is another great Klein product.
We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up in a few minutes. Also, D Linehan, who did a tremendous job with Tyrone last night with the draft coverage from the Sixers facility. She'll join us at 8:10. But I want to let you know about the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Get a $50 gift card to 8 and Sand Beer Company for just $25. So you pay $25, you get double that. It's located in Woodbury, New Jersey. 8 and Sand Beer Company features 20 taps at their 40-foot bar, a must-stop for all who love breweries and craft beer. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deal. Speaking of beer, was last night is the NBA draft like a night where you go out?
Yeah, I went out.
For
It's
the draft,
not, but it isn't though.
Yeah,
Or were
for
you-
the draft.
Did you go out for the draft, or were you out on draft night?
No, I went out for the draft.
It's not a night where you're like the bars aren't saying, "Man, it's NBA draft night." That's not like NFL draft. They're not saying,
No.
"Man, let's make sure we got it on every TV." And it's
especially
not.
because
You know
a
the
lot of the
players.
college football players. You don't I'm the only guy that knows who Matas Buzelis is.
Yeah, but
Right,
I just
like-
I'll take any excuse to go out to the bar.
Yeah, you see, that's
Right. So you were going out if
Wow.
you are somebody that goes out, right? Congratulations, you got the time to do it, the freedom to do it.
and we appreciate it.
I live vicariously through you. All right, that's why I get so excited for our pickup basketball once a week, because it's my chance to get out of the house. You go out often enough where it's not really a special occasion. If you were somebody that did not go out as much, I will tell you, I would not have used hey, Christy, can you have Cooper at night card to go out for the NBA?
Yeah, that's fair. Totally fair.
No,
right.
but it is amazing though. I kept track as I was watching because Dork Boy does stuff like this. I knew 5 players till the Sixers pick. 5 when the Sixers pick.
Well, there's so many European players.
Yeah,
but the first 3 players were all from France, right?
I didn't know any, and I'm find myself Googling almost every single player.
Are the French making these guys in a lab? I feel like there are just so many players coming out of France right now.
I think it's a college issue.
You think it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the one and done stuff. It's the plus I enjoy I do enjoy it very much, that the college game. I like seeing players get paid, so I like seeing players get to the pros quicker, and I don't like rules being put into place. I don't think there should be one and done. I think a player should be able to go right from high school and go to the NBA.
Well, they go to the G. They can, but they go to the G League.
Yeah, but I think they should be able to go right to the NBA.
Yeah.
And there are enough success stories where it's been successful. The only people you're protecting are general managers.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the only thing you're doing.
You're right.
You're protecting GMs from getting it wrong.
All right, D Line joins us in 5 minutes, but it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
What's up, guys? We need another pick-me-up today. Don't worry. I got some good stuff.
I already
for you.
had a burrito. I'm picked
The burrito
up.
looks
I'm
pretty
good,
good.
dude.
Yeah.
I don't think I could pick you up after that burrito.
The
That thing's heavy.
NBA could fold. I'd be all right.
Oh,
I
right.
had
Let's
the
not get
burrito.
crazy now. But speaking of crazy, I don't know if you guys saw this David Dahl story that came out, but he was being interviewed and was asked about Bryce Harper, and he gave an incredible story about playing against Bryce Harper when they were both kids. Take a listen.
You know, to watch Bryce play, it's truly special. You know, he's one of a kind. I actually have a funny story. He was 12, I was 11. His team was playing in Huntsville, Alabama, and he went 12 for 12 with 11 home runs. And I was like, I remember telling my dad, like, hey, I need to get in the weight room. Like, you know, this guy's really good. So it was actually pretty cool to see.
That I was about to say that was not the funniest. That was not the funniest story I've ever heard. No, that react. No.
Let's not miss the point.
No. I would rather miss the point and talk about the over laughter of David Dahl telling a story that he saw Bryce Harper go 12 for 12 in a tournament. But that's okay. Whatever. No, it's an awesome story. I love hearing the stories of professional athletes that at one point played against each other.
Saw each other, whatever.
Obviously, with basketball nowadays, you see more and more of that with the constant tournaments. But I do love that kind of stuff. Like, oh, we played each other when we were 10 years old, and I remember how good you were. But it just shows how much of an animal that Bryce Harper was, even when he was 11 years
like
old.
Stafford and Kershaw playing Little League, Pee Wee football together, Pee Wee
Right.
basketball together. That stuff's cool.
It is
Stuff's
cool.
Yo, this is a dude.
It's not that funny. But
No, it was not that funny.
This is a dude in David Dahl who ended up being a major league all-star.
Yeah.
And he saw Bryce Harper at this age and was like, yo, that dude is different. Like, it's crazy to realize how much at a younger level this guy was on a different level than anybody else.
It's a constant reminder that we all sucked at sports.
Yeah.
when you see what got them.
Yeah, right.
Speak for yourself.
Like,
You didn't sniff. You didn't sniff it.
Yeah.
You didn't sniff the lives of these players.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
what's
right.
next?
Next thing here, I need you guys to open up your imagination a little bit for me because the Florida Panthers have been having their initial tour with the Stanley Cup. It's gone in the ocean. Part of what prompts this question is I saw a video of Roberto Luongo eating pasta out of the Stanley Cup. They were grating the cheese right on top of it and everything, which honestly, great move. So my question to you guys is, you get a day with the cup. What are you doing?
Man, that's a great question. Like, I would probably be boring and take it to the beach because I'm a big beach guy.
Yeah.
Maybe on a boat. Like, if I'm an NHL player, I mean, I have money.
Yes.
Right, so I can actually do things. Like, it's not like I would be going down to Brigantine and being like, hey, Cooper, here's a new bucket for you to play with. Like, no, I would actually be able to do cool things.
I'd be somewhere where I could share the moment with people that don't have their chance to get a picture taken with it, something like that. I would. No, I absolutely would. That would be
You
something
might.
that I mentioned.
You know what I want to do?
I did the unauthorized thing that. I'll tell you the Stanley Cup story another time. We got the cup keeper drunk the night that Don Waddell, who was the general manager of the Thrash,
Mr. Gloves.
Yeah, the Gloves. We got him doubles every time he was ordering singles at Don's private party.
Okay.
He was asleep on a chair, and we had a picture with the Stanley Cup above the head because he was asleep
That's cool.
at Don Waddell's house. Yes.
Here's what I'd do. I would take it on a boat with friends, like a big.
Okay.
Again, I'm a professional athlete, so I'm making money. I would go deep sea fishing, and whatever I would catch, I would have it in the cup. You know, usually you put it in a cooler, you put it in a bucket. I would put it in the cup.
That sounds like an awful one.
I don't care. I can do whatever I want, John.
You can. No, you can.
Well, I'm gonna take it to the strip club and get it.
No, you wouldn't take it where
get a
people
lap
could see it,
dance
though?
on it.
You would take it where people could see it, though?
Like I said, I would have a lot of people on the boat with me. I have the whole day. I can take it to the bar afterwards.
Okay.
Like at some point, I will drink out of it. Like I'll say it. I'll drink out of it.
Yes.
Right, you would.
Top down in the Mustang, shirtless, the cup buckled in the
jeez.
passenger seat, baby.
That's
All
it?
right. Well, yeah, that's it. That's all I need. We'll wrap up with this. We've been talking about the Sixers all day and the conversation about what the plan is.
It makes me question whether or not they exactly have a plan, and we will see how this plays out. Like, I don't want to make a statement today that they have no plan and they got no shot.
No.
But I'm confused by it.
So there's something that I'm trying to put together here. You guys tell me how realistic this might be. You've seen the models of the universe where they like zoom out every 2 seconds and show you bigger planet, and there's stuff out there we can't even comprehend. That's so far down the line that we don't even think of.
Yes.
What's the one point of information that we've heard reports-wise about Joel Embiid this offseason? They're considering giving him an extension.
Yes.
Is there a chance that they believe they can both go through a quasi-rebuild, be patient, and still have Embiid in his prime? Like, do they think that his window is open significantly longer than we give him credit for?
If they give him an extension, they're not buying prime years of Embiid.
You might not have to.
Well, it'd be like a 2. So right now he's got 2 years left at a player option. So let's say it's an additional 2 years.
Okay.
And it ends up being a 5-year contract.
How far do you say, in our friends at Window Nation, that window of opportunity where you're getting prime Embiid?
I still say 3 years of prime and Embiid, and then 2 years. How many times have I told you the Shaq going to Miami scenario where he's still good, but he's just not as dominant as he was in LA? But you had Dwayne Wade, so I would expect Tyrese Maxey to be better at that point, where he could maybe carry a team at times.
The difference is, though, if you're getting that player at the end of their career in that situation, the Shaq type situation, they have to have been a winner before.
I got that.
In my mind.
I got that.
I look at it as 3 years, so I don't think there's time to waste.
I don't know
there's
how
time to
long
put it
the
off.
road is. I really don't.
And we're wishing for the best, but I think 3 years, we're both the same answer.
Yeah.
3 seasons where you're going to get prime. You should be able to get prime Embiid.
The sad
and we're
thing
all
is
praying
prime
for it.
Embiid might still only be 50 games or 40 games and not being healthy for the playoffs, and that's
Which isn't fun.
That's the unfortunate part of it. That's nobody's fault. It's just the way that it is. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. She did a tremendous job. I was driving around a little bit last night with Tyrone, live from the Sixers facility in Camden. We had special draft coverage here on The Fanatic, and she now joins us on Kincade and Salciunas. That's D Linehan. D, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing great. You guys did a great job yesterday. I had to drive around a little bit, had to fill up the gas tank before this morning, and I was listening to you guys. You guys sounded great. So thanks for doing that for us.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So, D.
Actually, go ahead.
No, I don't want to not talk about Jared McCain. We're going to talk about Jared McCain with you, but I want to get your initial reaction to the Sixers selecting a player and then Daryl Morey talking about him the way that he did, where it almost seems like he will be here, and that doesn't. We'll see what ends up happening if he does end up getting traded or not. But I'm kind of just confused by the plan because Daryl Morey himself has said that young players don't necessarily help you win a championship. So I want to get your read on the pick last night and what this could mean for the Sixers and this offseason.
All right. Well, first of all, when he said that he thinks they will be in the same ilk as Boston, he did not mention New York by name.
Mm-hmm.
And having picked a guy at 16, we know the history. Sure, there are some, like a Giannis, who win at 15. But by and large, a guy comes in, he's not helping you. And if you're telling me you truly believe you're going to be championship caliber, then I think there's more to the story. So that would be my initial reaction. I said at one point, if you had something going on, a lot of these things are draft night trades. But if you're working on something, then it may not happen like that, but this becomes an asset, as he does have other draft picks in the future that are also assets. And if he's working on a bigger thing, then I would say consider that as a possibility.
Okay, take us a little bit behind the curtain, as you've maybe speculated. Just your opinion of what you think. What would be behind the curtain that would be like, wow, that would change people's opinion on being a little uninspired by what happened last night in there was a grand plan here, and boy, does this team look different.
Well, first of all, as soon as I see that he drafts a 6'2" guard who's a shooting guard to play alongside a Maxey, it's just not realistic, not this day and age. So we know the names that are out there. Paul George, probably unlikely going to be here. LeBron, unlikely going to be here. But, yesterday the Jimmy Butler stuff got a little more interesting, kind of putting himself out there as a rental. You and I both know that when people are disgruntled, you can't stay for very long. So, James Harden didn't get traded. I think we had played one game, and then he was on the move. So things that are more complicated to do, that are bigger moves like that, that's the kind of move I think he has in mind.
And here's one of my concerns with that, D. And this is, again, not a fault to Daryl Morey because it's he's got to play with the cards that have been dealt to him. But I've heard, and you have heard, and we've all heard over the last 7 or 8 years, they didn't have much time to play together before the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
And so now it's another year, and Embiid's 30. And it's another, I've been doing this for 10 years, D.
He's not going to it's not going to wait till trade deadline. I think he is, because for him to make that statement last night with what I thought was a lot of confidence, he's closer to something now or, this summer than it is in February. That's just the way I took it. And I think it's going to be now, could it be Kevin Durant? Possibly. I think there's something bigger. It's going to be somebody of that kind of ilk who needs to get out of their current situation, whether it's their ownership wants them out now or, in Jimmy's situation, just keep pushing the envelope. And even Pat Riley, has enough is enough.
Do you think that there's a chance we could get to like opening night where Daryl has kept a lot of his assets and is waiting for one of those guys to get disgruntled during the season?
He has. I think he does. I think he would prefer it gets done before the season, to be honest with you. I think he will leave himself the room to make that kind of deal, money-wise, assets-wise, if he doesn't get what he wants right now. And he'll stress patience. And I know not patience for years, Andrew.
Right.
Right.
Just patience that he does. I do believe he has a grand plan. I do think that McCain was the best available at the time they picked and could help somebody else down the road. I just don't see the fit for the Sixers. I mean, he can tell me, you can look down the bench and he has an NBA skill set in being able to knock down a three. I'm just telling you, that's not helping you next year.
Right, I feel kind of bad. We're speaking to D Linehan on the Comcast Business Hotline that Jared McCain gets drafted last night, and he seems like a player I might like, but it doesn't make sense for this team and for what the plan is. So for a second, let's talk about Jared McCain. You said he was the best player available. I know there was a lot of people that are upset that it wasn't Dalton Connect. So your thoughts on McCain?
And you're right, Dalton being there, and I like Dalton, and I think he'll be a good player. But I would say that the all-around player, you could go either way there. McCain obviously shot 41%. He also would have to learn how to be a guy who's coming off of the bench, not getting big minutes. Can you knock down those shots when you're, thrown into a situation? That's always the jump for those kind of guys who were stars at their colleges. I take Daryl at his word that he became a better defender. I'd like to see that because we all know that's one of the big things here. You got to be able to keep a guy in front of you. You got to be able to, guard and pick and roll and know what you're doing. So, an interesting player with, obviously a lot of personality. I know what generation I'm living in, but I hope that a guy like that understands what your top priority is. If, in fact, he's here, even if it's only for a short time, I need you to be focused on your basketball more than any of your other stuff.
Is your optimism level for the upcoming season in any way lessened by the last 24 hours?
No, because I actually did not think his biggest work was going to be done on draft night.
Okay.
Yeah, I really believe it's either going to be, in the free agency window or he's working mightily, still in the free agency window, but some kind of sign and trade. And that last night was always just going to be a part of getting a piece that somebody else could use and you getting, throwing that in for your deal.
Last thing before we let you go, what's more likely? It's one of the players that we've heard, right? The Paul Georges, Jimmy Butlers, hell, I'll even throw in LeBron. Or is it the surprise move, which, to Daryl Morey's credit, he has been very good in his tenure here with Philadelphia, making a surprise move where we all go, oh, wow, I like that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the first one because, I'll go back to the Ben Simmons-Harden deal. Harden was his target, right? Don't we believe that?
Yes.
Right. So I'm going to say when you can't get one of the free agents, now who's the top name that we hear the most? Jimmy Butler, because he's already been vocal about being unhappy. So that would be my hunch more than the others.
All right, fair enough. D, listen, great job
Thanks,
last
D.
night. I thought you and Tyrone did a tremendous job, and we appreciate you coming on so early today after your late night last night. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Anytime.
There she is, D Linehan on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward.
Make you feel
with
a
what's
little
next.
better?
Yeah, yes, because D is connected.
Yes.
And I've said I don't want to overreact.
Right, we want to
because
see more.
I need to see more. It's when I read stuff about trying to be patient again when I was already patient last year. That's
And you
the
were
thing that
patient.
bugs me out the most when I didn't want to be. All right, coming up next, we do take a quick little break from the Sixers talk. You can still send in your text, and you can call in at 610-632-0975. But coming up next from Inside the Birds, he normally joins us at 8:10 on Thursdays, but we moved some things around because of the big Sixers day that was last night. But Andrew DiCecco will be joining us coming up next. Can't wait to talk to him as we do every single week. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Is 8:28 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Wendy's Thursday morning. Let's see, what number, jersey number, did Jared McCain wear? Oh, he wore 0. Damn it, I can't do caller number 0.
Wait a minute, wait. Why don't we do Mishkov's?
What's his?
39, if you really want to mess with Brendan Gunn.
No, I can't do that to him.
Yeah, you can. He's got time.
How about I go 9?
9, okay.
Because we don't do 9. And in honor of Dario Saric, caller number 9 of the contest line, 215-263-0975, will win our third of our 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards for a whole new way to nug. Try Wendy's new saucy nugs today, open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. We'll be joined by Andrew DiCecco of Inside the Birds momentarily, but I just want to put this into your brain, John.
All right. My brain is trying to stay focused.
Social media yesterday has told me that there are people that have already bought in for a return of Tobias Harris, which would make me vomit and not watch the Sixers whenever he was on the court.
Who are these people?
Sixers fans. Also, a return of Ben Simmons.
Oh, shush.
There are people.
There are. Then again, I'll give you the Shaquille line. Who are these people? And I hope they're not. I hope I don't have one of them sit next to me on the plane.
Listen,
man.
man.
I'm going to say, please, no.
All I want to do is see what the people are saying, and I saw
the
Sixers fans, not all, not a high percentage, I imagine, but I saw Sixers fans already setting themselves up to be okay with the return of Ben Simmons. I literally saw video edits.
Oh, gosh, come on.
Oh, yeah,
that's people just, they are, what is J.J. Redick's word? They're engagement farming.
Engagement farming.
That's all they're doing.
They might be, but I know somebody who doesn't engagement farm. Even though you should engage with his content. Jesus, because he's very good at it.
He is.
From Inside the Birds and does a tremendous job here at The Fanatic. And we got to talk to him about his schedule next week while I'm gone. Figures he wants to come in studio when I'm out. He gave Connor a nickname last week, John, when you were out.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm just chopped liver. Now he wants to come in and hang out. Andrew DiCecco joins us. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
So you decided to wait until I leave? You wait until I leave to come in?
You forgot to mention how we connected last week, and we're going to be, in close contact moving forward.
Oh, yeah, we are now texting buddies.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah, phone numbers have been exchanged. But, Andrew...
I can tell you I've been texting with Andrew for years.
I know you have.
It's not that interesting, but don't, build it up a little bit in your head.
But real quick, I want tell the people, Drew, what the plan is for you next week, because I'll be out for 3 days, so you will be in... I'll be out for the full week, but you're going to be in for 3 days.
He's going to hang out with us.
So, unfortunately, I'm going to miss you, Andrew, but I will be in there with John and Connor, and I'll be there for the 9 o'clock hour on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week for the first 2 segments, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I look forward to having you in, too. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is good. Because you're on the clock now. You're within a month of training camp.
Oh, yeah.
So now that's where we're really expecting you. The ramp-up period for you is over. I mean, we need you at your A game ready to go with camp coming, and so many exciting things with the Eagles right now. But is this just the quiet time for storylines? Is this how do you create the content this time of year?
Great question. It's not a quiet period for me, John. I'm constantly trying to look at different perspectives, different storylines, reach out to different trainers, shed light on some stories that maybe aren't as prevalent right now, but maybe this summer. I talked to Jalen Hunt's trainer. I wrote a story on his development. I spoke to tight end E.J. Jenkins, who had a really good spring. He's a converted wide receiver. And trying to just shed some light on their story because he had to transform from a wide receiver to a tight end. He went from 228 to 260, had a really interesting story. So I try to find different avenues to get the content out there and really inform the audience.
So, Andrew, I want to ask you this. We spoke to Adam Schefter yesterday, but you're obviously localized, so you might have a better feel on who the Eagles could target. We all know about camp bodies that end up getting released, veterans that end up getting released, and we also know that there are still players available in free agency. Is there an area of need that the Eagles might be targeting still before the start of training camp or during training camp to continue to bolster this roster?
Well, I would say wide receiver or safety. Obviously, the big name at safety is Justin Simmons. I just don't see the Eagles adding a frontline player at the position given They really like Reed Blankenship, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson was one of their prominent free agent signings who they had big plans for. So it's kind of tough to see how someone like Justin Simmons would fit in. But that's not to say that they wouldn't add a veteran-level safety to the degree of maybe a Corey Graham of that 2017 team that was really crucial. Something like that, because there's a lot of young depth there that's largely unproven. So I wouldn't necessarily look at Justin Simmons as a viable possibility. But then again, the longer he sits out there, he has to play for somebody this season. So, and wide receiver, the market is pretty dry, Andrew. And I would say that Hunter Renfrow is a player who has played a lot of snaps. He's a good route runner, but he's a slot-only player and kind of a shot across the bow with someone like a Britton Covey who kind of has a similar skill set. I think that you maybe want to give him an extended look this summer and at least see what you have there. I think they need a bigger body type of guy. Michael Thomas is still out there. I'm just not sure how much he has left in the tank. To me, I think if they were to address that, the via trade would be the appropriate way to address it.
Andrew, a lot was made about the fact that they were doing the mandatory mini camp this year and a little more, I guess, getting time under the hood the offseason than we've seen in previous years with the head coach. So I would say to you, do you really think this team's going to be more ahead of the curve in the learning process going into training camp because of that? Or is that more sort of bonding, team building, and things like that?
I absolutely do think that OTA minicamp session of the spring were so crucial in onboarding a lot of the new faces and getting them familiar with the new schemes and the different intricacies and nuances that these coordinators are going to want to kind of throw at them come training camp. You don't want to waste those precious training camp practices with tutorials. So I think they use that as an install. And they're now, when the Eagles get to training camp, John, they're going to be able to kind of hit the ground running and not waste any time.
Andrew, I know you said it hasn't been slow for you in terms of content purposes, but sometimes you have to see from the eyes of radio or maybe even national sports talk. We played a clip earlier today from Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN, who said if Patrick Mahomes was off the table, he would pick Jordan Love over every other quarterback in the NFL to build a roster around.
How?
Okay, so we're all in agreement
3 years
here.
from now, it might not be that funny.
Right.
But right now it is.
So we're all in agreement where it's like, all right, look, I like what I saw out of Jordan Love's second half of last season, but let's slow down a little bit here. There are other quarterbacks that have done more and may even have higher upside. But when you hear that, Andrew, I had a question for the audience. Should that instill more faith for you in Jalen Hurts that Jordan Love is thought of that highly? Or does that tell you that quarterback play around the NFL might be lacking a little bit if somebody has Jordan Love as the second best quarterback in the league?
I think that should instill more faith in Jalen Hurts. Look, Jordan Love did some really good things last season, but again, it was one season. You have to see it for a sustained body of work. I don't know how anyone in good faith can say that someone is ahead of Jalen Hurts who hasn't done it. You don't know if that was the exception or the rule, right? I think Jalen Hurts, looking at it from an Eagles perspective, Andrew, is someone who is going to have a significant rebound here under Kellen Moore. It might take some time, but I think that all those questions are going to be laid to rest once he hits the ground running with the new offense. He's going to be right back to where he was, I believe, in 2022, which is, MVP caliber level there, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
If you had to bet on the stock of Dallas Goedert under an offensive, because Dallas Goedert's been like a 500-yard guy, 600-yard guy we've been talking about most of the time?
Career high 830. Never eclipsed 60 catches.
So, do you see a big difference now in Kellen Moore with what I know you've already studied the offense, and you know what he likes to do. How much of a year should we count on from Dallas Goedert?
I think Dallas Goedert may benefit the most of all the offensive weaponry that the Eagles have. I wrote about him as my bounce-back candidate for this season, knowing that there is an emphasis placed on the middle of the field and optimizing the tight end, at least for offenses in which Kellen Moore has presided over. So I think you're going to see a lot more of an emphasis on leaning on the tight end as a safety valve, taking what the defenses are giving you. But also, if you look at it last year, guys, there was a lot of horizontal plays, a lot of stump-offs and screens to Goddard, But I think that the Eagles are going to maximize his ability to manufacture yards after the catch. He's a really physical player, and I think he can also threaten teams vertically, which he really hasn't gotten much of an opportunity to show over the past couple of seasons, and that's been hallmarks of Kellen Moore offenses, and I think that's going to be an area of Jalen Hurts' game that gets accentuated here.
Last thing before we let you go, speaking of Kellen Moore's offense, who are you expecting to be the biggest red zone threat for the Eagles this year? Because last year it was Jalen Hurts, and not necessarily because of his arm. With the Kellen Moore offense and the weapons of Hurts, Brown, Smith, Goddard, Barkley, who's the biggest threat?
You can make a case for Saquon Barkley. I think that he's going to be that goal line type of running back and factor in prominently as a receiver, but I'm going back to Dallas Goedert here. He only had 3 touchdowns last season. He was misutilized in the red zone. I think that's going to be something that they rectify this season because he does have that ability to he's too fast for and athletic for a safety to cover and a linebacker, and he's just too big for a corner to defend in the red zone. So I think you're going to see him really reap the benefits of this new look offense.
Andrew, we appreciate it as always, and thank you for helping out John and Connor during my absence. Man.
See you next week.
They're going to need it. So thanks for coming in next week. We appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Hope to see you soon, too, as well.
That would be lovely. All right, there he is, Andrew DiCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline from Inside the Birds, and, of course, here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I won't be listening, but I will be rooting you guys on.
I'm concerned to get on a plane this afternoon a little bit.
Why?
Because the killer asteroid and it comes close to the Earth. There's a killer asteroid that comes close to the Earth today.
All right, who's it killing?
It is a huge asteroid.
Yeah.
It is a gigantic asteroid, one of the biggest ever to come close to the Earth today. Now, I don't think it's going to be in the path.
Is it going to hit us? No.
It could hit. No, it could hit the Earth.
How good of a chance?
Not a great chance. How about this? How about this? One of the biggest ever to pass the Earth's orbit.
John, if it was going to hit the Earth today, everybody would be home.
No, they don't know if it's gonna clip anything, and they don't know if it's gonna clip.
I think they have a pretty good idea.
They have a pretty good
They would have
idea.
told us if it was going to clip.
There is a mountain-sized planet killer asteroid.
This sounds like the Sixers are competitors. Like, you can tell me all you want, but I know it's going to pass by and not clip us.
Dude,
It's the UL-21 asteroid, and it's coming today.
All right.
I don't know if it's coming during Cooney's show or not, but Bob better have all the good content early in case it gets wiped out.
I think we'll be all right. I think the alarms would have already been sounding.
You're very trusting.
Yes, I am.
They're very trusting in our government.
I believe in much smarter scientists than me. I barely passed physics.
Really?
All right, coming up next, we get more of your texts and call reactions to last night's NBA draft and what's still to come for the Sixers. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Next on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Want to remind you that FanFest is coming back for year 11, Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live, presented by our friends at FanDuel. You'll see us, some celebrity guests, some Philly sports legends, all kinds of games. You know all about FanFest. It's so much fun. If you haven't been yet, I don't know where you have been, but you should check it out. Go to 975thefanatic.com for all the details, including information for our online ticket rates, which will be starting soon. And I know we do appearances and remotes where tickets will be available. So that is coming your way as the summer continues. Yesterday was the NBA draft. The Sixers selected Jared McCain out of Duke. The question is he a part of the Sixers for the long run? Will he eventually be traded? My biggest problem is, and I'll read you this blurb from Kyle Neubeck again. The closer we get to start a free agency, the more it feels like the Sixers could essentially try to stall and wait for the next opportunity at this year's deadline or further out. George is being pursued by several different teams. Paul George. OG Anunoby could stay put. This was written before he did re-sign with the Knicks. Butler doesn't feel like he wants to leave Miami. Ditto with LeBron in L.A. And then you have to ask yourself how much you really want a guy like Ingram. Is it enough to cut into the pick pile you'd need to hold on to a trade for a difference-making star down the road? And I remember I was told to be patient last year for this offseason, and now it seems like I have to be patient again. Look, we had D Linehan on earlier today. You'll be able to hear that on 975thefanatic.com. She didn't say much different, except maybe it'll be sooner than what Kyle is saying. Like, Kyle is saying trade deadline, if not further. D believes a trade happens early in the year.
That's what Daryl prefers.
Right.
But it might not happen.
It might not go that way.
And the thing is, you can't, the Brandon Ingram things, just stop it. And I can tell you, he has worked. One thing that I'll say on his behalf, he has worked to show that he is an improved defensive player. He has worked at his defensive game. Mm-hmm. He's not. Do you just want another Tobias Harris type? Is that what you want?
I mean,
like, is that what you're looking for? I mean, because I'll tell you this, it does creep me out a little bit because I am wondering whether they're going to go. Whether Tobias being re-signed is actually a thing.
Dude, it better not. So, Connor, I would love to get your thoughts on this, too. You saw it on social media yesterday. I know there are people that are legitimately talking themselves into the idea of Tobias Harris coming back. Also, Ben Simmons.
Right.
That's absurd.
And, guys, what are we doing here?
Run it back, baby.
Like, look, if I don't want to see Tobias Harris ever wear a Sixers uniform again. You could actually make a legitimate case, though, because he scores 18 a game, 6 rebounds, blah, blah, blah. You can't make a case that Ben Simmons should come back here. Like, you really shouldn't.
No, there's no way he comes back here. There's no way they're doing that. They're not doing that.
Well, people are saying if he gets bought out, it'll be very cheap.
What if James Harden came back?
Dude, you know how I feel about that.
I know you do.
You know how I would welcome him back.
I'd throw up in my mouth.
I don't think he is, though.
I'm just saying there's talk now that James Harden could end up being an opportunity that now that he's got his new arena opening. And if they're going to lose Paul George, that they go all in on that. There's no use having a Harden around if you don't have a Paul George around.
Got it. Okay.
So that's the idea. Is if Paul George leaves, if Paul George leaves, why you having James Harden?
Right.
Because you know he's not going to be happy.
You know how I would welcome him back. Now I would not be giving him a max contract.
Now would Daryl?
Hell no.
Would Daryl be welcoming him back?
Yeah,
I think Daryl
after
Morey,
the way that
I think Daryl Morey wants to win.
I got you.
And
but
if he thinks that helps him win, he would do it.
The way that he was punked by him.
He doesn't strike me as an ego guy. Where
No. You're right. Yeah, it just is still.
Do you guys hear yourself, though? Like, and this is not you. I'm just saying you're running through options. We're in the insane asylum.
No,
right
we
now.
are. We are.
Like, all of this sounds crazy.
Like, it would be borderline insane to bring back James Harden. I just never wanted him to leave to begin with.
Yeah, I got you. We're just so far down this road of the Sixers being stuck between a rock and a hard place that we're going to go nuts trying to come up with solutions.
But remember, though, it was James Harden who wanted out.
Yes. No, I know.
It was him who created that nonsense.
See,
and he creates nonsense everywhere he goes.
Had nothing to do with Philadelphia, though. He told us that. He said it publicly. Hassan Reddick wants to play for the Jets under the same contract. Let's go to Paul in Allentown. Paul, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yo. Oh, my God. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We got you, buddy.
All right. Hey, long-time listener. I just finished cutting the holes at Brookside Country Club in Allentown.
Nice.
You guys are inspirations and great. I have a couple points I just want to make, and I don't want to throw up on you right away. But No one's available for the Sixers to really grab, guys. The assets and the best depth that we can get at key positions, then we go out and get until somebody comes available. And then we're in a quasi-rebuild, and I feel like Joel Embiid needs to look at himself, and first off, he's got to stay off the floor. Guys, Dr. J said it the one time. I forget what broadcast it was. He's got to stay off the floor, and he's got to find a trainer that thinks outside the box of helping him have his knees healthy. That'll maintain his career. But I just want to say, too, we also should be excited today for the Phillies, and I'm going to call it right now. We're going to win, and Bryce Harper MVP, no doubt about it. And the Eagles are going to dominate over because of the coaching changes. And one more point I always want to make. Remember when we lost to the Hawks in the playoffs?
21.
I
remember greatly, yes.
Guys, if you go look back at that footage of that was the year before the rule change, if you can jump into a guy and get a foul call. There's no way we should have ever lost that. And I'm not saying that the refs caught. Go look back at those games, and Trae Young's jumping into everybody, and a lot of games.
Well, it was a loophole in the rule. I mean, there was no. That had nothing to do with officiating. It also had to do with Ben Simmons pretending to have COVID, according to Ramona Shelburne. And thanks for the call, Paul. There was a story from Ramona Shelburne, who I respect a lot.
She's not risking her career to make something up.
That Ben Simmons literally faked a COVID exposure before Game 7. This is when COVID was like a big deal, and like people would actually have to isolate and miss games and stuff. All right, 9 o'clock hour ahead. Here's what we got. Kevin Aandhi will be joining us at 9:30. I mean, the rest of the show is easy. We got Bob Cooney as a guest. We have Kevin Aandhi as a guest. We have the Key Three. But we got to reset the show coming your way next to start the 9 o'clock hour. And I do want to talk about this. Does anybody really have a problem with Jared McCain and what he does off the court? I really hope the answer is no. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I just read an interesting tweet that I want to run by you. Here's what we got coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Kevin Aandhi joins us at 9:30. He hosted the NBA draft coverage last night for ESPN, did a tremendous job. I still can't get over Adam Silver going up to the podium when the Sixers pick was in, and he says that we have a trade. And I'm going,
yes, there it is.
Who is it? And it was for two totally unrelated teams. I'm like, all right, cool. But Kevin will be joining us coming up at 9:30. We still have another Wendy's gift card to give away, another $50 Wendy's gift card. And we're going to continue this Sixers conversation. So, Connor, have the text line ready. But I want to read this tweet from Delco Pete, who I've been talking to Delco Pete on Twitter for a long, long time.
All right.
Delco Pete has had the same profile picture since the first time I ever interacted with him.
So you know it's Delco Pete.
It's just the Flyers logo.
Okay, so he's a Flyer fan.
Delco Pete has always been that Flyers fan that did not like the Sixers.
Okay.
Right? You know how people...
No. Territorial.
There are... Correct.
There are.
So Delco Pete checks in.
Okay.
You guys make me laugh. The Sixers will never win anything until they blow up the team and trade Embiid. So the fact that you get so worked up about them is hilarious. We have much better options in the Eagles, Phillies, and Flyers. So I don't want... look, I know Delco Pete is not a big Sixers fan. So, I can't...
Is he an anti-Sixers guy for the sake of being anti?
I think so.
Okay.
But I wonder if he has a point here.
Well,
you get so worked up about them, it's hilarious knowing that they're never going to win.
I don't think he's wrong. I think that, but it's easy for him to say because he doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn.
Right. I do care.
Exactly. You care almost too much for all of the damage they've caused you. You almost care too much. Delco Pete doesn't give a damn.
Right.
So to me, that analysis from him means nothing. Because if you're not invested in something, you don't care. You don't care what happens. So you look at other people and you go, why you guys talk about, like my wife and daughter. You love that the Dragon.
Yes.
House of the Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
You love the Dragon show. I do not. I don't look at people and go, oh, that's just freaking stupid. Can't believe you waste your time on it. I don't watch it, but I don't discount it.
Right.
Look, it's high entertainment for some, and they like that. I just don't tend to like that genre. But it's like he doesn't like it.
Right.
So he's going to just downplay it. If you care about something, if you care about basketball and you're a Sixers fan, it wounds you.
But it's kind of like But I get look, I can make the case about you know how I feel about the Phillies. I love them to death. When the Phillies missed the playoffs 3 straight years with collapses. Forget the first 7 years of the 10-year playoff drought. I'm saying the 3 years of Kapler and
You're
Girardi.
talking about 19 and 20.
Yeah, were they?
Well, no, 19 and 20, I guess, were the.
But you knew the rosters weren't even really that. Even 18, dude. At one point, weren't they in first place on August 1st or something like that, and then things happened. But the roster was never really all that good. But I still set myself up for disappointment.
Yeah, that there's no problem with that. You're not a fan. How about this? You are not a real fan. And I mean real fan. Define it. Sorry if you don't like it when people define fandom. You're not a real fan if you don't set yourself up for disappointment at times. You're going to. Especially when, if your team was in first place on August 1st.
Right.
At that point, even if you didn't believe that much in the roster and everything, you absolutely have the right to go, man, this is going to disappoint me if they don't make the postseason.
Right.
It's okay to
that
do
was kind of me last year with the Flyers, and it wasn't because I thought they were going to win a cup.
No, I understand.
I just wanted to see playoff hockey. They could have gotten swept. I wouldn't have cared. I just wanted to see playoff hockey on Broad Street again.
I'm so excited I'm glad to be going out for the draft. Very, very excited about it. But I'm more excited because of the fact that I believe the Mishkov thing doesn't jumpstart the rebuild as far as saying, hey, toss out the rebuild plan. Now we go with a different plan. To me, it just accelerates expectations of excitement.
Right. Absolutely. You don't have to necessarily speed it up.
No.
All right. Let's get to the calls, and then we'll get to a couple of texts, and then we got to have this Jared McCain discussion. I don't want to, but we have to.
We have to have it.
Let's go to Zach in Bristol. Zach, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
How's it going, guys? Good morning.
What's up, Zach?
Hey, Zach, what's up?
So I got two takes/questions for you guys regarding the Sixers. So we know how Daryl Morey is. He's a very aggressive star hunter. You see the situation over there in Phoenix. Now, their owner came out on Twitter, said whatever he said. But if there's even a chance of KD or Booker being available, I personally think Morey's going to be all over it.
Yes. I do too. I don't think Booker, though.
So, I mean, sitting back, thinking about that, is there a possibility he's waiting on that? My other one, I feel like you guys are going to drive me into the ground for this one. But listen, especially after the sequence of events these last 48 hours, Butler saying he's going to stay put in Miami, Paul George wanting to stay on the West Coast, OG, Bridges, all those guys. Do you guys even think there's a slim possibility of him making a desperation Hail Mary attempt and going out and thinking about Bronny today?
Do you know who you're talking to? Hashtag Bronny for Bron, man.
Okay, now you made me.
Hashtag Bronny for Bron.
You did make me throw up because LeBron James is not coming here.
You only made half of the show throw up, Zach.
It's not coming here. He's not coming here, so don't do this.
Dude, let's do it, man.
Don't do this.
If LeBron James called Daryl Morey up and said, take my son, I'm coming, you do it.
If something like that happened, I absolutely would want them to do it. That's not happening. It's not.
We don't know. Thanks for the call, Zach. We don't know, Zach.
Don't do that.
Listen, I brought it up yesterday. You only made 1/3 of the show throw off because I'm fine with it.
Yes.
The other thing I would do at this point, honestly, become the villains of the NBA. Draft Bronny James, hold him hostage from wherever LeBron wants him to go, use him as leverage. I don't know.
LeBron wants him to go. What are you talking about?
Dude, if we're going to be in the insane asylum with people wanting Ben Simmons back and Tobias Harris back, I'm saying draft Bronny James, hold him, and if some team wants him for whatever reason or LeBron wants to play with him, you can give us a lot of assets for
Connor,
him.
here's what you do. When you know that there's an insane asylum and there's a bunch of people in it, you don't enter that.
John,
you don't enter
we're locked
the room.
in. Unless you're going to not root for the Sixers, you're locked in here with us.
I'm not locked in on the nonsense of LeBron James isn't happening. So there is no use wasting a draft pick on a player.
LeBron James isn't happening.
What's a second round pick?
No,
exactly.
Then here's what I would do. If you feel that way, then go trade the second round pick for involved with a player, or trade it to someone who wants one this year.
You get
next year.
You get Bronny with the second round pick, and you go,
Bronny.
Oh, what? You want him? LA? Give us Anthony Davis.
Bronny shouldn't have been
exactly. Who do you care more about, LeBron, Anthony Davis, or your own flesh and blood?
As recently as March and April, as recently as that, you could go to the major scouting sites. And Bronny James
John,
wasn't even in the...
Yeah, we don't care if he's good. I don't care if he can dribble.
The only reason you'd ever draft him, though, is if you thought it was going to get you LeBron.
Yes!
You're not getting LeBron.
Or if you thought that a team was willing to give up more than they should for a player that LeBron wants to play with.
So you're saying that the Lakers could go and do it. They could have done it last night if they wanted to do that.
They could have.
You know why they didn't? Because they knew nobody was stupid enough to draft him in the first round.
And not nobody, John.
And nobody was.
And that's why he's still available.
Because
who knows?
they know he's not a player. They know he's not.
Okay, well, some team might fall for it. What else are you going to do with the second round pick that's going to matter?
You know what I would do? I would say, especially if you were looking for the idea of the strategy that it might be till December or January when you could get Kevin Durant or something.
Right.
I would trade out of that pick for something for next year's draft. I'd look somebody who wants in for this year. I'd trade for next year, have more assets to be able to trade instead of just using it.
Even though teams are already trading out this year for next year because of the draft class.
No, the draft class is much better, but I would absolutely do that. I wouldn't just pick somebody to pick somebody.
No, that's very smart. I don't want to do smart. I want to draft Bronny, and I want to hold him hostage.
That's what I wanted to do last year. I didn't want to be smart. I didn't care about patience. I just wanted to be aggressive and get players. And here we are now. I got to be smart again.
Here's the thing. Liam Neeson is not involved. Nobody's calling to get Bronny James. And if the NBA analysts had credibility, they would call it out and say, the only reason anybody is drafting this kid or talking about it is this.
Oh, it was upside, John.
He should have gone back to college. Then it could have been a discussion.
Let's go to Vince in Philly. What up, Vince?
Hey, how you guys?
Hi, Vince.
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I had a question about Jared McCain.
Yes.
But first, I watched the draft in the sports bar last night, and it was this guy. He was taking command of the whole sports bar, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, "That's Connor Thomas." Connor. And I said, "You Connor Thomas?" He said, "Yeah." He dapped me up, and I said, "Big fan of the show, but the way he commanded that floor, everybody stepped out of his way. He owned that sports bar.
Oh, is that right? Wait, hold on. Was it garage?
Yes, Connor owned that sports bar.
Connor has a cot.
I almost
garage.
technically have ownership stake with the amount of money I spend there.
Was Connor going around handing out business cards or anything?
No, but the way everybody stepped out of his way to let him walk by, I mean, you could tell he had command of that floor.
Dude,
my God,
he lives there, so I'm not surprised.
But the backcourt of him and Maxey, would that work or no?
It's small and
too small.
It's very small. Like
I didn't go up against Boston with that backcourt.
You might not, and that's why I still wonder if he's gonna get. Like he did not have to get traded last night.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he didn't have to get. Like I talked about it. Andrew Wiggins didn't get traded on draft night.
Absolutely.
To the Minnesota Timberwolves. It took some time. So don't be surprised if he does end up getting moved, or if he doesn't. Daryl Morey himself told you he's not going to be playing with Maxey right away. He said, I will play that clip again for you, Vince. But he straight up said, don't expect him to play with Maxey at the beginning. So that alone is your answer.
One more thing before I go.
Yeah. Buddy.
Connor had nothing but great things to say about you two guys. He had nothing but great things.
How many drinks was he in?
Yeah, exactly. That helps.
He was in a couple things, but he nothing but good things.
That's nice. Thanks, Vince. We appreciate it.
Vince.
Connor, thanks for not stabbing us in the back.
Thank you, Connor.
Stabbing you in the back. I told him the truth. I like you guys.
That is nice. We love you too.
I also told him I've been carrying the show. That's why my back hurts.
Oh, yeah.
That's why his back hurts.
The back. I've heard about this freaking back all day long. I've heard more about your back than your lack of smelling.
His back is a problem.
It is a problem. We got to get this fixed. Call it go stretch zone.
Now,
it'd be
quick,
a good thing to do.
Back to the actual stuff. I do think there's a way that the Maxey and McCain backcourt works.
Tell me.
But you have to, the rest of your wings have to be completely defensively centric. Like you have to get two wings that can perimeter defend if they need to, which is tough to do with a 3 and a 4. But you have to put focus on imperfect players who fill the needs of a smaller backcourt.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
I don't think that. I think that could.
I will say this. So you guys know I love Joel Embiid and I love Joel Embiid's defense. You saw when he was banged up, he could not really rebound all that well.
Not at
all. Unless it was coming right to him, because he still had some games where he
in the Knicks
with,
series.
Right.
There were 2 games in the Knicks series where in the second half and the last 3 quarters of another game he had 1 between the 2 games.
So with Embiid, and if you have 2 small guards, you better have a 4 that can grab boards.
Well, McCain can rebound.
Right, I know. But I'm saying, I'm not saying have a guy out there just to grab. I'm not asking for Reggie Evans.
Josh Hart.
Exactly. A guy that can hit a shot, but he's going to go out there and grab you 12 boards if you need it. Because that's something that they clearly did not have in the playoffs last year, which is why I complain about them losing 2 games, probably because of effort. Nick Nurse literally had to try to come up with a plan to not allow the Knicks to grab offensive rebounds. And it figures they ended up losing the series because of an offensive rebound.
And when he came up with the plan, by the way, it did work.
For a game, yeah.
It did work. That second game was amazing.
Yeah, it absolutely was. All right, what do we have in the text line? Then I want to talk a little bit more about Jared McCain, the person.
Remind me when we get to that. We have a text on that topic.
Okay.
But we'll start with Jay from Westchester. He says, Junis, the good thing is our children will hopefully get to watch a good Sixers team. By the time they're in their 20s, we'll be in our 50s, so hopefully we'll be good by
That's
then.
what I thought.
Yeah, right.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
when I went to
can't really buy into that.
I went to like a right out of high school parade for the Sixers.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I can't really lock that one in.
Yeah,
not even 20 years down the line?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to this one from Uncle Lowell. He says, how can this fan base possibly blame Morey? Morey didn't give Horford and Tobias bad contracts. He inherited Ben Simmons. He finally got rid of all of them and now has a clean slate. Can we at least wait until free agency starts before overreacting?
I give Daryl Morey a ton of credit.
A ton of credit?
Yeah, because it was a mess that he came into.
No. He did come into a big mess. But what are you giving him a ton of credit for?
I'm giving him a ton of credit for what he was able to do to get to this point. The problem right now is that you've reached this point and it almost seems like he ran out of gas. Like this was the appropriate point to get to. It was to have cap space and to have flexibility and to still have 2-star players on your roster.
Okay,
yeah, you got to Wally World.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Exactly.
Sorry.
I'm going to tell you, and I'm not trying to be dismissive to you. I would say I could have hired Andrew Salciunas to get us to this point.
Well, you say the same thing about Sam Hinkie. I don't think we give enough credit
Sam
to what
Hinkie, you absolutely could have
I don't think we give enough credit to what it takes to do these
Wouldn't
type
Al
of moves.
Horford still be
Al
on
Horford's
this team?
Al Horford is the number one thing that I give him credit for.
He would still
Getting
be
rid of that
He would
contract.
still be on this team. He got rid of that.
Well, no.
You could say anybody could have drafted Tyrese Maxey. Then what about the 20 teams before him? Right? Like,
well, I think that's where you had a talent who was before COVID shutdown was projected to go in the early teens. That slipped because a lot of people hadn't seen him.
Okay,
right,
Ben
and
Simmons
he's on.
for a future Hall of Famer.
For James Harden is still a move I do.
Oh no, I would do that too. I'm telling you, but I don't. He was available. He was available, and they did it.
Right, but he again had to clean up he's cleaned up a lot of messes.
I get
man.
it. I don't give him a lot of credit for what he's done.
Okay,
I do I do trust that he's going to have a better plan than we are maybe ruminating in our heads this morning.
Yeah, he probably does, and that's why I'm trying to be patient.
It's tough.
I'm being asked to be patient again. All right, real quick, we got Kevin Aandhi coming up at 9:30.
Sure.
So I think
you sound so angsty about this.
I think it's more vocal minority, but there are people that are bothered by Jared McCain, the person, and who he is off the basketball court because he paints his fingernails and he does the TikToks. And look, we even had D Linehan on, and she didn't have anything issue to say about Jared McCain, but she said there will come a time where if you're struggling and there's TikTok videos coming out,
correct,
people are going to question what is it that you care about most. Look, he got to the NBA. Clearly, he cared about basketball, right? Like it's not like he's not Victor Wembanyama, right? Who even look, Wembanyama is actually legitimately talented, so maybe that's not a good example. Taco Fall got to the NBA because he was 7'6".
Okay,
not because of talent. He got to the NBA because he was 7'6". Jared McCain's 6'3". They're 6'2". The kid clearly worked his ass off to get to the NBA, while also doing TikToks, while also painting the fingernails. Is he different than what a lot of people might be? Absolutely. Am I going to paint my fingernails anytime soon? No. Am I about to do TikTok videos? I don't even have a TikTok account, so no.
Is it?
But it's a different generation. Let him do what he wants, man.
No, I mean,
I'm not talking to you.
I get what you're saying though, but it's okay for people to also have an issue with it. Not to call it because as far as if they don't prefer that, they can say it's okay for someone to say they don't prefer that.
Why should
they're not because it doesn't have to be. They're allowed to say that's not my preference.
Yeah, and we're allowed to say that's a dumb opinion.
Yeah,
sure you are. You can say whatever you want, but
it doesn't affect his
basketball. It doesn't mean your opinion is correct.
If he was a freshman starter at Duke University.
If his fingernails are, let's say he had 10 different colors, and he shot 45% from three.
Bro, who cares?
Kelly Oubre painted his fingernails last year.
Yeah.
And I don't remember it being an issue. I don't remember anybody ever bringing it up. This city loved Kelly Oubre.
Yeah.
So people that may not prefer that overlooked it and didn't have anything to say about it because they trusted that Kelly Oubre was an NBA player that could help this team win. As soon as Jared McCain shows this fan base that, you won't hear anything about the fingernails. In fact, I would tell you, I bet you're going to see people in the fan base. You'll see people at the Wells Fargo Center painting their fingernails as being like fans of his.
Sure.
But until they know that he's a player, they're going to go, did we draft a guy who is really, really focused, or did we draft a guy that is very distracted and wants to do all these things? He has to prove himself.
He did all those things at Duke where he had a great freshman year.
He had a really, really good freshman year. He absolutely did.
Let the kid do his dance.
I mean, my thing is like, it's just,
but you're allowed to have preferences in life. You're allowed to go. You
can have preferences when it doesn't matter with basketball, but when it matters when you're drafting a basketball player, my only preference and everybody's only preference should be
talent.
This dude can play basketball.
Connor, would you if you were hiring for any other job and an employer's looking at that as a candidate?
Yeah,
do you think the employer has a right to go, maybe maybe that's not the look I want. Maybe that's not the focus I want.
No,
maybe that's so they don't have a right to do that.
If it does not affect the person's work,
right?
No.
I've seen NBA players who don't paint their fingernails and don't have
work yet. He's never worked.
No, I'm saying, John. All I'm trying to say is there are people that reacted right away, like, "Oh my God, this kid."
Well, guess what? Write those people off.
Those are the people we're talking to.
No, but
Right.
write that
And
off.
that's
as
why
far
I'm
as
just trying to make
that
it a
are
quick
writing him
segment.
off. There are people though that are able to question it.
Okay, did Ben Simmons paint his fingernails and do TikTok videos? No. Is he a bust in the NBA? Yes.
Ben Simmons' social media obsession was a problem.
Well, okay.
Was a problem.
Well, let's see if it becomes a problem or
that's
not.
what I say. People have a right to go, a little PTSD here. People that are obsessed with I'm very much red flagged with the social media stuff. People who are obsessed with it.
Hey, man, he might make money off it.
He
Go,
might.
go
He could.
for it.
Sure.
All right, coming up next, Kevin Aandhi will join us. And then we still have the Key 3 and our crossover with Bob Cooney. So still a lot in store for you in the final half hour of today's show. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Kevin Aandhi of ESPN will be joining us in about a minute. So until then, Johnny, give us a number. You already did 7, so you can't do 7 again.
I will give you 12.
All right, caller number 12 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll win our 4th and final $50 Wendy's gift card. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. So caller number 12, as Brendan Gunn says, F you on the
Why is it 12? Your birthday, my birthday month,
December.
Liv's birthday month.
My first thought was Tobias Harris.
And you and my child both have the same birthday.
We do. I thought you were going to say Tobias Harris was the reason why you picked number 12.
Even though I can tell you this, 2 businesses that I frequent, Tobias Harris frequents.
Yes.
And I will just say it again because the people are like, boy, you guys love to beat up on Tobias Harris. It's nothing personal. You've said it many times. He is a spectacular.
He's a dynamite person.
He is a dynamite person. Spectacular guy. And they are just heartbroken at the thought that he's leaving town because he is that good to people and that nice to people.
There have been
it's about
other
performance
good
right.
people in
exactly.
all avenues of life, all jobs that are
Correct.
nice and are not great at it.
Correct. Like, come on now. It's okay.
And I've said this a million
It's
times.
okay. It has nothing to do with it.
He's a good basketball player. It's just come playoff time.
It hasn't worked.
He's horrible.
It has
and
not
I have
worked.
plenty of data to back that up.
Right.
And I don't think he necessarily fits with these teams that the Sixers have had year in and year out because of his inability to shoot three-pointers on a consistent level. And that's something that I've always had a problem with. You can climb in at 610-632-0975, text line or call-in line. I'll shoot Kevin a text there, Connor. So what do we have on our text line about today's Sixers discussion?
Yeah, we have a bunch of people still talking about what's going on with this offseason. And Anthony in St. Pete says, I now expect the Sixers to overpay and re-sign the Kelly Oubres and campaigns of the world to fill the roster. As far as a plan for Morey for a third player, I don't see a difference maker available, and I don't have as much confidence in Morey as you guys.
So the difference maker might not be available right now. And that's what,
Correct.
we've talked about a lot. Like, I will keep on bringing up Kevin Durant. Like, Daryl Morey has called upon Kevin Durant numerous times. Different walks. When he was with the Houston Rockets, he called upon Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has been mentioned here a couple of times. Remember, at one point, there was legitimate rumors that Tyrese Maxey could have been traded for Kevin Durant.
There were.
So
and you were all for it, by the way.
I was at the time. This was before Maxey became the player that he is.
But the thing is, I understood. Didn't agree, but I understood. I absolutely can understand why somebody would say
because
at that
it's
point.
the same thing that I always believe in. Like, at that time, Kevin Durant would have done more for Tyrese Maxey than Tyrese Maxey was doing for them. Tyrese Maxey wasn't even a starter at that time.
No, he was not.
He was coming off the bench. And people thought I was crazy for even suggesting it.
Do you think we would have seen a parade? I do not.
I don't know, John. I don't know.
No, I know that, but I'm asking you. Do you think? We speculate all the time. I do not think we would have seen it.
I would have thought the chances would have been higher.
Oh, no, I think they absolutely would have been.
Yeah.
But I don't believe
I could say they probably gotten out of the second round.
Yeah.
And that's a start.
No, there you go.
All right, let's go
That'd be nice.
Let's go to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Tremendous job last night on ESPN. That was my channel of choice for the NBA draft coverage. He did a great job at it. He, of course, the great Kevin Aandhi. Kevin, good morning, man. Thank you for coming on today. I know you had a late night last night.
Andrew, John, thank you so much. We had fun on ABC. It was a good 3+ hours with Stephen A. and Bob Meyer was chopping it up, and I made sure to announce that after the 16th pick that I really like it. I'm a big fan of what the Sixers got with Jared McCain.
So let's talk about that. I'll ask you this first. Is Jared McCain wearing a Sixers jersey come the first game of the season? Is he wearing a Sixers jersey come trade deadline time? Is he wearing a Sixers jersey come
seriously.
the end of the regular season?
It was a joke on the air. Stephen A. brought it up that literally no one knows what Daryl Morey's going to do. So I can't even say I can't predict it, but I can tell you when you look at his roster and all the holes, literally there are holes that I would think that he's on this team, especially with the price tag. what he can do, and that is shooting the three. Spacing plays a big role, and we all know the modern NBA, right? Can you stretch the floor, and can you have a guy that can knock down threes? That's critical. So as of right now, I would hope that he's here to stay at this pick to make the impact that this team needs offensively to just help. Listen, no one's looking for a savior right now. You already got Embiid. You already got Maxey. I would imagine that when you see what happened with OG Anunoby, that Paul George is going to be their biggest target this weekend. And so as a result, you just need guys that when they're on the floor, they hit shots, and they're not afraid of the moment. And when you look at Jared, he checks both boxes.
Can you tell us, though, without giving up any names or anything, if we had said to you yesterday morning, what do you expect to happen on draft night with the Sixers? And then you saw what happened. They take a player at 16 that looks like a move for the future. Would that have shocked you yesterday morning with what you knew, what you were hearing?
John.
Yeah,
John, it would have surprised me. And I think Daryl was pretty transparent with the media afterwards. And, they got a couple of calls. But if the board falls the way you see it, the moves that surprised us before they picked at 16, the board fell their way, right? There were certain things that, okay, this is moving, okay. So I was surprised that they made the pick, but when you have a talent like Jared, who, listen, I think the city's going to like a kid like this. He's very, very outgoing. He's not shy. Anybody's seen his social media posts. But the way he finished the season plays a huge role. Like, he came in, you're highly touted. You got to adjust to the college game, find your way on a very talented Duke team, and then you got to make adjustments. And, second half of the season, he was a completely different player. And he had a fantastic run in the tournament, knocking down 16 threes. So, again, big moments. Are you going to get somebody that could be productive? And it feels like they hit that guy.
I'm speaking to Kevin Aandhi, the fan, here for a second, the Sixers fan, okay? Mm-hmm. We have to sometimes take logic cap off, being that we do what we do for a living. So I'm talking to Kevin Aandhi, the fan. If Paul George is unavailable, the dreams of LeBron James, OG Anunoby's now back with the Knicks. Who knows what happens with Jimmy Butler? There is now talk here locally that the Sixers might have to be patient yet again. Can you handle another offseason where you're being told to be patient, which is what we were told to be last year because of this year's cap space and draft picks, Tobias Harris off the books? Can you, the fan, be patient again?
I don't know if I could be patient, but I can also tell you that that's not going to happen. They're going to spend the money. Andrew, they're going to spend the money. And they know this window. The team knows this window is getting smaller and smaller each passing day when you have Joel Embiid in his prime. They also know that look at what the Knicks have done. This is no longer a conversation of, hey, entering the year last year, right? It felt like the conversation is it's the Bucks and the Celtics, and then the Sixers. No one was talking about the Knicks, and now the window is opened up for the Knicks in a championship window, specifically on the two wings that they have, especially in the 24 hours of Bridges and Anunoby, who can defend. And that's all. That is all because you want to set your sights out on Tatum and Brown, right? Defending with great wings. I don't think the Sixers are going to sit idly by. And with OG off the board, I don't think they're making a run for Jimmy. So that leaves us when you talk about adding a third potential star, Paul George.
Yeah, it's the. I wonder about the how you when you say the window, the urgency and everything with where the Sixers are right now. And again, as a fan, is do you count on a guy who's injured, who's 35, who's got how much he got in the tank?
I hear you. But when you look at the options and you look at what's out there and you look at we've got money to spend, there is no way Daryl Morey and this Sixers brass is not going to do what they can with the current market to spend money to convince a guy like Joel Embiid, hey, stay here. This is your home no matter what. And the modern NBA is if things don't go your way, especially superstars, you start flirting and looking around, right? And the goal is to make sure 21's here. 21's here for the long term. Listen, and also there's another thing that plays into this. You can't get rid of players. You can get rid of coaches and you can get rid of management, right? So Daryl is fully aware he's got to do something. And Daryl's not one of those guys that's going to sit idly by. He endured the last year with the whole James Harden blow-up. He's got money to spend. He's going to spend the money. And it's just a matter of where the market is. And right now, if you're looking to add a wing, which they need, and Bridges is off the board, and Anunoby's off the board, you've got somebody who can match it. And they're not looking at Paul George to be the number 1 or number 2. I think if Paul George is a Sixer, would be to say, hey, spread the floor for our big man, do what you got to do, and we will take you as that third potential option. Because, again, look at what the market's like. They don't have a lot of options, and they've got a lot of money to spend.
The good thing is, Kevin, we all have that same safety blanket, that same security blanket to hold on to during the summer, and that's our Philadelphia Phillies.
Yes.
You're not kidding. I was in a deep discussion with one of my producers last night who's a big Mets fan. I was like, oh, look at you guys running. And immediately he's like, God, your baseball team is really good. I'm like, yes, it is. It feels really good to be in this space.
107 win pace. 107 win pace as we hit the halfway point
Kevin,
tonight.
John's been doing the magic number countdown
76.
for like 2 weeks now.
Magic number 76 this morning.
That's incredible that you do.
Isn't that
you have a magic number?
76. Yeah, it's pretty good. It may be me tweaking the Braves fans on my timeline.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that might help.
Which, you know what? You have the green light any day to do that.
Absolutely.
Kevin, listen,
right,
man,
Kev.
we appreciate it. Get some
Great
rest.
work,
We
Kev.
appreciate you coming on this morning despite your late night last night, and we hope to talk to you again next week.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
There he is, Kevin Aandhi on the Comcast Business Hotline, ESPN, and, of course, ABC.
He wasn't getting bottle service after the first round last night.
You don't
No,
you
Kevin
don't know.
went back. Kevin got maybe room service and studying his notes for today.
They got the little airplane bottles in the rooms.
That's fine. He'd be in his room. I see him in like a silk robe maybe or something.
Coming up next, we have our Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show, followed by our crossover with Bob Cooney. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 9:47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
94, Andrew.
It's unbelievable. Go ahead, tell the people.
Play 500 the rest of the way, the Phillies. If they play 500.
Just 500.
They win 94 games.
That's unbelievable. What was the over-under? 91.5 this year?
90.5.
Yeah, so that
I bought it at 90.5.
Yeah, well,
it's ridiculous. I mean, it truly is ridiculous that it's at 94.
You can start planning whatever your payout is and what you're going to buy. I think you're safe.
I wish I had doubled up on it.
I think you'll be safe.
Dopey.
There. All right, it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
The Sixers did acquire a player. They drafted Jared McCain out of Duke, 16th overall pick. He's coming out after his freshman year. Started 36 games for Duke last year, averaged 14 points a game, 5 boards, 2 assists. One of the biggest numbers that you even said before the show, which is something that you should always pay attention to, is 3-point shooting percentage. 41% from 3 in college. I can only expect that he stays around there, if not gets better. He's attempted almost 6 threes a game last year as a freshman, so that's a pretty big deal, and clearly that's something that the Sixers realize that they finally need to get. We're finally catching up to the rest of the NBA. But John, first, your initial reaction to them actually acquiring a player when Adam Silver walked up to the podium and said, "We have a trade to announce"?
I thought immediately that here's the trade.
Right, like I was in bed watching, and all of a sudden I poked up. I was like, all right, what do we got?
We got a trade.
What do we got? And then all of a sudden it was just like, yeah, it was the Portland trade. But yeah, the Sixers end up drafting a player, and as of today, it looks like he'll be wearing a Sixers uniform.
From the way they spoke of him, it seems as if he's staying.
Yes.
From the looks of him, he is somebody that also would be a very attractive piece if there was a trade package that had to be made. So I like that.
D Linehan, D, good morning.
Well, first of all, when he said that he thinks they will be in the same ilk as Boston, he did not mention New York by name. And having picked the guy at 16, we know the history. Sure, there are some, like a Giannis, who win at 15. But by and large, a guy comes in, he's not helping you. And if you're telling me you truly believe you're going to be championship caliber, then I think there's more to the story.
I think this sets up an interesting dilemma for the Sixers. After selling the public on preserving flexibility and the value of this specific summer, would they really be willing to run back the same plan again despite knowing in advance that they would get crushed by their fans for doing so? This is why I freaking had a problem with the plan from the beginning, even though I'm an open-minded person, right?
Oh, and very optimistic when it comes to Sixers.
Yes, so I'm okay with listening to both sides of the argument when it comes to the Sixers. But I leaned one way, and it was to not be patient.
To not be prudent. To go for it.
Go for it. And now I'm being told that there might be a chance I have to be patient again?
I don't blame any of this angst that you're having today. And I think you're going to share it with the majority of the audience. I think that's where they're going to be at, is what the plan is. I don't want to hear about, well, we're going to wait for the trade deadline next year. I really don't want to hear that. I believe it appears completely that you got, and I kept saying it, that Paul George was using the Sixers. I think we can see now. So, I mean, again, we got played.
Andrew DiCecco joins us. What's up, Andrew?
I think Dallas Goedert may benefit the most of all the offensive weaponry that the Eagles have. I wrote about him as my bounce-back candidate for this season, knowing that there is an emphasis placed on the middle of the field and optimizing the tight end, at least for offenses in which Kellen Moore has presided over. So I think you're going to see a lot more of an emphasis on leaning on the tight end as a safety valve, taking what the defenses are giving you.
The great Kevin Aandhi. Kevin, good morning, man.
I'm a big fan of what the Sixers got with Jared McCain. What he can do, and that is shooting the three. Spacing plays a big role, and we all know the modern NBA. Can you stretch the floor?
You brought up the win now. It doesn't feel win now. It doesn't feel like our window nation, window of opportunity.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like this is a move that really pushes that window up. When Daryl Morey talks about upside, when Daryl Morey talks about development and he's on a steep improvement curve and everything, does that mean 2 years?
Right. No, all those things sound great.
It sounds great.
If you're in a different position.
I don't want to rip the kid. Like, I'm not ripping this pick because he's a talented kid, and I think I'd like it if I didn't feel like there was a ticking time bomb in the career of Joel Embiid.
And that's the scary thing. That's why I didn't expect them to actually draft a player and hold on to them. I thought they were going to trade somebody for a veteran piece to go along. I know only Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. Bob keeps on pointing that out. But at some point, you have to build this roster, and you have to think top players first. Right? Like, my first thought of building a roster that has 2 guys under contract is not, all right, who are they going to draft that's going to be the 10th guy? No, my first thought is, who are they going to trade for that will be a part of the freaking starting lineup that you can't even field right now? And so it makes me question whether or not they exactly have a plan, and we will see how this plays out. Like, I don't want to make a statement today that they have no plan and they got no shot.
No.
But I'm confused by it. All right, that's the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. I want to give you this Philly stat right before we get to our crossover with Bob Cooney, so put your headphones on.
What do you want? Yes, he said nitwit. We were talking.
John Heyman put out a fascinating tweet.
What about?
Just 7 minutes ago. The top 5 teams in scoring runs per game offensively this year are the same top 5 in ERA for their pitching staff.
What?
That's wild.
It's the Phillies, Orioles,
Cleveland?
Dodgers, Guardians, and Yankees. How
That's crazy.
amazing is that? That is just pure dominance. To be top 5 in runs scored offensively and top 5 in ERA for a rotation.
It's a top-heavy sport right now.
It is. It really is. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How are we?
Very good.
I also.
You all right?
Yeah, I told you the story. So last night, just hanging out during the NBA draft, and I look at my phone. There's just Bob's faces on my phone.
Yeah.
Dylan McKinnon asked for our reaction to to the draft.
So I'm sitting with my wife, and I said, I'm just going to do a face reaction. I said, I don't feel like writing up. She goes, no, don't do that. Just write something up. That's what he's looking for. I go, no, I'm going to have my reaction
that's
live.
your reaction.
And that's what I did. And that's my reaction.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we have to get a lot more into
Right.
But, yeah. And for me, and it's funny, my son Kyle and I were texting off during the draft and all. There's another thing that you guys brought up just quickly that maybe plays on my reaction to this pick.
You may have wanted another selection at said pick of 16.
And I just don't
And he was there.
get it.
And he was there, right?
So we'll talk about it. We'll get a lot into it. I don't. So I said yesterday, by this time tomorrow, hopefully we'll have some more answers to the questions that are all over the place. My first question I'm going to put out there to people is, did this create more questions than answers?
I'm more confused.
We
Because
both-
Daryl
we both
Morey
are.
spoke out of both sides.
Yeah, I heard you bring that
He's
up.
literally saying, yeah, we're going to be as good as the Celtics. Yeah, but there's a learning curve for him. Maxey and him can't play together to start, but hopefully he can one day. But he thinks he's going to be a big, impactful player.
So if you look at
which
Jared,
is it?
if you look at Jared McCain and you say, what ideally do you want him to become? It would be Tyrese Maxey.
Right,
Yes.
You have 2 players on your roster pretty much, and you pick a guy that's going to be, what, the next one of the 2 that you have?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
And neither one is a traditional point guard.
No. And,
So, I mean-
at first I thought, okay, they want 2 guys that are able to handle the ball on the floor at the same time, and, the other can go off it. But you can't have those 2 on the floor at the same time, not at 6'2"
So,
and 6'1".
It's like a luxury item almost that they pick.
I don't know what
I'm
it is.
more confused today.
I am too, and it's funny you just brought that up about the Phillies and the ERA. It's amazing what this team is doing right
Dominant.
now. I have some numbers that I can't wait to share with everybody about 2 players in the National League. We have a lot. Bill's with us. Bill Colarulo's with us all day long, so we're going to hit on all of it. We might not hit exactly, John, on the NHL draft, but we'll
You're
let
not
you
gonna
and
hit on
Haley
it?
take care of that.
Don't get on it
You
there.
can have him
Yeah.
as one of your guests tomorrow.
Get on it, boys.
You've got to get on Hank.
All right, be good.
Hey,
See you,
support
Bobby.
life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Paul B. Moyer and Sons, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. One more number for you, Andrew.
Yes.
For if the Phillies played 500, they'd win 94 games. To lose the division, the Braves would have to play 5th. They would have to go 18 games over 500.
Yeah, it's we're in a pretty good spot with this
Good
Phillies
spot.
team. Johnny, you enjoy your time
Thank you, buddy.
in
And I'll see
Viva
you,
Las Vegas.
I'll see you in July.
Yeah, that's right. I'll be gone when you're coming back.
Sunday at the leave a message. at the airport.
I'll wave to you at the while
Safe
we're
travels.
in the air. You as
All right,
well.
brother.
Enjoy yourself. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. No John tomorrow. Connor will be sitting in John's seat tomorrow, and then I'm out for Lithuania. But Johnny, have fun out there, and we will talk to you from Vegas as you get set for night 1 of the NHL draft. Everybody have a great rest of your day. It's the Midday Show with Bob Cooney, Bill Colarulo coming your way next. 97.5 The Fanatic.